Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Commissioner, the first witness I intended to call this morning is Emeritus Professor Andrew Markus.
Yes. Perhaps before that, I think we have Ms. Dwyer here.
With the Commission's leave, I appear on behalf of the Jewish Council of Australia. I appear with my learned friend, Miss Fane Valentine, and behind me Mr Hartley, and we have the Executive Director of the Jewish Council of Australia present in court.
Yes, very well. I confirm the grant of limited leave that I announced at the commencement of this hearing block, Ms. Dwyer. I might just take you, do you have the application before you, so I can just indicate the extent of the grant?
Yes, Your Honour.
If I go to paragraph 12 and subparagraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are the subject of the grant. To the extent that Professor Markus is able to comment on 7, that is the subject of the grant.
I just wish to confirm we're both looking at the same document. The application by the Jewish Council of Australia, it's paragraph 11 that sets out the topics on which they seek leave to examine Professor Markus.
My apologies, Ms. Hager and Ms. Dwyer. How confusing that must have been. A loose document in the front of my folder was referenced a different document. My apologies to you and indeed to Council for the Executive Council of Australian Jury, Ms. Hillman. We'll start again, Ms. Dwyer, and let's hope we get it right this time. The grant, I'm referring now to paragraph 11, so subparagraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, are the subject of the grant. Professor Markus' expertise is in the conduct of surveys of this kind. Professor Markus's views on the importance of free speech do not seem to me to fall within the area of his expertise. To the extent you are testing the subscale of anti-Zionism, Ms. Dwyer, that is within the grant, but any broader discussion of the right to free expression of political views or the like seems to me to fall outside the grant. And in a sense that same caution applies to subparagraph 6. Subparagraph 7 seems to me plainly outside the grant. To the extent it is within his expertise, subparagraph 9 is in. I note the suggestion that you might cross-examine on the documents identified in paragraph 17.
We're no longer going to do that.
That's not pressed?
So
Fine.
if I can give you some comfort, I've discussed this with Council Assisting this morning, and we take it as uncontroversial that people are entitled to express political
Yes.
views without being labelled anti-Semitic, and we've focused very much on the surveys.
Very well. Now, the second matter, Ms. Dwyer, before I go to Ms. Hillman, is I am aware that the Council would like to cross-examine Dr. Oboler, who I'm expecting we will hear from a little later in the morning, and I understand that in terms of the late service of the document, that's just not practical, and I accept that. I trust Dr. Oboler will be forgiving when I say that the intention is that he return in a later segment to give some further evidence, a segment that will be devoted to the question of the online environment. And on that occasion, Ms. Dwyer, you may expect that you will have leave to cross-examine on Dr. Oboler's evidence respecting prevalence in the surveys for which he is responsible.
We're very grateful for that. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Ms. Hillman, needless to say, the Executive Council has leave to examine Professor Markus on all the areas that are the subject of the grant of leave to the Jewish Council, and indeed, Ms. Hillman, if there are further areas, I will hear you on that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. It might be, I think Mr. Zwire might want to have a word with you.
Excuse me. Yes. Mr. Zwire reminds me, Commissioner, I expect that the leave is on behalf of all of the clients, not only the ECAD.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The leave grant is for all of the clients represented by Arnold Block-Leibler, not just the ECAD, I take it.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Mrs. Wire. Yes, it is.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Much appreciated.
Very well. Yes, Ms. Hager.
Commissioner, I now call Emeritus Professor Andrew Markus. Would you please come forward to this box?
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have you.
I do.
Thank you, Professor. Do take a seat.
Professor Markus, could you please state your name for the record?
Andrew Markus.
And you have prepared an expert report for the purposes of the Commission dated 6 May 2026, correct?
That is correct.
You have a copy of that report there in front of you.
I do.
I understand there is a correction you would like to make to paragraph 68 of the report, is that right?
That is correct.
What is that correction?
At the bottom of 68, where it says don't know was not an option. So that has to be crossed out.
So we strike out the words "and don't know." With that correction made, is the report otherwise still true and correct to the
I think
best of your
table
knowledge?
8.3.
Table 8.3.
I think don't know and prefer not to say are in the wrong way around.
So that's on page 21, and we should reverse the order.
Yes.
So are we reversing the rows in their entirety, or just the words "don't know" and "prefer not to say"? As in, should the numbers stay where they are, but we're just switching the name?
The numbers have to. So 11 to 35
Yes,
is don't know,
understand.
and 041 is prefer not to say.
I understand. With those corrections made, is the report otherwise true and correct?
Yes.
I tender that report, which is stat 8999.0055.0012.
Yes, the report will be Exhibit 1.112.
And there's an annexure, stat.8999.0057.0019. I tender that.
Exhibit 1.113.
The next annexure is stat.8999.0057.0020. I tender that.
That will be Exhibit 1.114.
And the final annexure, stat.8999.0057.0021. I tender that.
Yes, Exhibit 1.150.
Professor, you are an Emeritus Professor of Jewish Civilization at Monash University, correct?
Yes.
And you're also a Fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences of Australia, correct?
Yes.
And you have experience in large-scale public opinion and social survey research, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You have previously conducted the Scanlon Foundation Mapping Social Cohesion series between 2009 and 2021, correct?
Starting in 2007.
From 2007 to 2021, is that
Correct.
right? But others took over that survey from 2022 onwards.
Yes, I'm still involved. There's a sort of advisory group, and I'm still involved in the advisory group.
All right, but no longer an author of the report.
No longer.
You've also previously led 2 national surveys of attitudes within the Jewish community, the first known as Gen 08, and that was in 2007 to 2008, correct?
Correct.
And the second was known as Gen 17, conducted in 2017.
Correct.
And you've also conducted surveys of Australian attitudes towards the Jewish community, correct?
That is correct.
The first being Crossroads 21.
Yes.
And of course last year Crossroads 25.
Yes.
In your report you commence by referring to the Scanlon Foundation surveys from about paragraph 28. And you note that that survey tracked attitudes to Jewish Australians as well as other faith groups, including Buddhists, Christians, Hindus, Muslims and Sikhs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you note that in that survey a question was asked, is your personal attitude positive, negative or neutral towards the relevant faith group? Correct?
That is correct.
And you note several findings from that survey. The first being that a relatively small proportion of respondents, that is 15% in 2025, indicated they are negative towards people of Jewish faith, correct?
That is correct.
And the second point you make is that that was marginally lower than the proportion indicating a negative attitude towards other faith groups, with the exception of Hindus, which had 14%, correct? And Buddhists at 4%. Is that right?
Yes, and one group was higher.
That being the Muslim group, which was at 35%, correct?
Yes.
And the third point you note is that the proportion of respondents to this question expressing a negative attitude towards people of Jewish faith increased since 2023 from 9% to 15%, correct?
Yes. I think that's very important context, because if you just have that finding on its own, you would have a different understanding than if you understood that there was a general movement for most faith groups.
And so that movement was reflected across other faith groups as well?
Yes, and that shows that if you only have something in isolation, you may misinterpret what is happening.
The fourth point you note as far as that Scanlon Foundation survey is concerned is that an examination of the full response range shows a higher proportion of neutral and a small proportion of don't know responses in relation to attitudes towards people of the Jewish faith. Do you consider those non-committal responses significant?
I think the data is uneven because there is a table 1, which shows that there is some variation for faith groups from 44% to 59%, and possibly not a simple and clear explanation of that. I think the main point there is to understand that the way that when people are asked about faith groups, a lot of people will say, well, I don't have a view on that. I'm neutral. It's the old Australian saying, you know, it's not my business.
Now, you yourself did not conduct that particular survey. That was the one from 2025, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But you considered it relevant as providing context for explaining the Crossroads 25 findings, is that right?
Yes. You see, these surveys are the best, almost, that are conducted in Australia. There are some government surveys that have very large samples, like 30,000, but there's very few of them. And in the private sector, there's very few surveys using a probability sample with such a large respondents. It's 8,000 plus in 2025. So I think that's particularly interesting because it is as good an indication as we can have of attitudes to Jewish Australians, albeit that it is in the context of faith groups.
And we'll come to the findings from the Crossroads 25 survey in a moment, but do you consider that what emerges from that Scanlon Foundation 2025 survey is consistent with the results of the Crossroads 25 survey?
I believe it is consistent, and you're getting a lot of indications of negativity in the 15 to 20% range with a lot of these questions. So in many of the Scanlon, many of the Crossroads 25 questions, there are 12 items, and 11 of those items would be within that range or lower. So I do think that is an important cross-validation, particularly in the context that there are some other surveys discussed in this report which would indicate a high level of negativity. So that, I think, is why it's an important benchmark.
I understand. And as I say, we'll come to the particular results of Crossroads 25 in a moment. But just to understand the purpose of that survey and the methodology you adopted, this was a survey you conducted between 5 and 25 August in last year, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And you say it was commissioned by the Jewish Independent?
Yes.
Did they have any control over the design and conduct of the survey?
Not at all. It was a total independence on my part.
Right.
It's the third survey I've done, I think, for them, and I have total freedom of how to design that.
And do you describe the Crossroads 25 survey as an attitudinal survey? Does that simply mean that it's a survey that seeks to ascertain attitudes, and in this case, attitudes towards the Jewish community?
That is correct, yes.
And you express your aim in this report of that Crossroads 25 survey as being to understand whether increased anti-Semitic incidents reflected a shift in public opinion towards Jewish Australians. Is that the aim?
That is correct.
Could you just describe for us why attitudinal surveys are useful, and also what their limitations might be compared to other forms of research?
That's a big question. I think they are useful because when you have people talking about, say, lived experience, which is of course fundamental importance to listen to people, but they would not necessarily have an overview. They might say, look, I go to university every day and this is what I see every day. That's a reflection on the broader environment, yes. But often they're very personal. And so not to say one approach is any better than the other, but they are complementary. And here they are complementary because they give you an understanding of the lie of the land. And this is essentially what this survey is about, and what the Commission may or may not find useful is having that perspective of roughly what is the distribution of attitudes.
And the limitations of a survey like this, I take it one limitation you've implicitly identified is that they don't tell you everything about the experience of anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Like, surveys are very difficult to interpret. They may be easy to interpret in terms of significance. Significance in looking at surveys would be, has this variation happening by chance, or is there some significant element in that? And you determine significant in terms of the sample size and the subsample that you're looking at and so on. And is this different from that? Like, is the attitude to Christians different to attitudes to Jews at a significant level or not? Yep. But the big problems with surveys is they are so dependent on the exact wording of the question. So you can get quite a whole range, if you're exploring one issue, from the wording of the question. So I'm never hung up on the wording of a particular question. What I'm looking for is the pattern, and the importance of trying to discern the sort of patterns. So in this discussion, there's quite considerable discussion of patterns. And we can look at that if you think appropriate later on. But that's the challenge of surveying. An order of questions can make a big difference. Like, if you have a particular question early in the survey, that may influence how people answer later in the survey and so on. So in this report, there are a number of examples of the problems that you can have in surveying, which I won't traverse until there's something of particular significance here. But I would just emphasise that what I am looking for in a survey is not the answer to a particular question, but it is the pattern of response, the probabilities. Does this go with that? Those sort of issues. What I like to say with surveying is that if what you're getting is noise, meaning when you disaggregate the findings, for example, by age group, and it's all over the place, there's no clear pattern. Like, I think there are patterns in societies, there's patterns in populations, and surveys help you understand that pattern. And when the survey is not working well, not always, but generally it may well be that there's something wrong here, something's happened. For example, if I may just go on very briefly, I've had the experience of doing probability-based surveys and non-probability-based surveys. And I've had the experience of being able to compare the two. And it really highlights the challenge of non-probability surveying, because you may not have a good sample.
I understand. Can I ask you about the design of the survey instrument? You personally designed it, is that right?
No, I did not.
All right.
So it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about the generalised anti-Semitism scale, I did not design that.
No, I'm not talking about the scale.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the series of questions that were put in the survey. You
It's
designed which questions
survey.
were asked.
Sorry?
You designed the content and form of the questions.
That is correct.
Drawing upon the anti-Semitism sub-scale.
That is correct.
Which was developed by others, that anti-Semitism
Yes, it was
scale.
developed by others.
And could you just describe for us what that generalised anti-Semitism scale is?
Yep. So that was developed by British academics. And they are academics who work in this field. They much more on the quantitative side of this discipline. Whereas I'm much more on the humanist side. Like, my training is as a historian. I'm not a statistician. I work with statisticians, but I'm not a statistician. And I think I bring some value to surveying in that regard, because I'm looking for meaning in a sort of fundamental sense rather than in a statistical sense. Now, just so that people understand how quality surveys are constructed, and we're talking about this scale. It's a very lengthy process. It could take 6 months or more. Like in the Social Research Centre, we were involved in redesigning our Index of Social Cohesion, and we probably spent at least 6 months on that. And what you would do is you would look at a number of questions that have been used in this field. There might be 50 questions. And you would refine those questions by a process known as factor analysis, and other processes as well.
You're now talking about the development of the anti-Semitism scale as opposed to this particular survey.
Yep.
I understand.
Yep. So just very briefly, so that it would be the statistics that would tell you that these questions go together. That question doesn't go together. So there might be a question which is an outlier and it doesn't actually correlate with the other questions. That would be a basis for excluding that. And I won't go into the statistics, but there are obviously other ways, many other ways of testing the validity of a scale.
All right. There are two aspects to that anti-Semitism scale. One is called the Judeo-phobic anti-Semitism subscale. And as you describe it, paragraph 39, that's intended to capture what you call the old anti-Semitism. That is, it measures endorsement of traditional or classic prejudicial attitudes towards Jews as a group. Is that right?
That's right.
And it also comprises what's termed the anti-Zionist anti-Semitism subscale, which you describe as the new anti-Semitism, which seeks to measure endorsement of anti-Semitic attitudes directed at Israel and its supporters. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can I then ask you about the questions that were actually included in the survey that you designed, and they appear at Annexure 2 to your report from page 34.
Yes.
Am I right in thinking that question 2, which lists a series of statements 1 to 10, those are drawn from the Judeo-phobic subscale?
Not exactly, because there's 10 questions there, and 6 questions are in the actual scale. These other questions were derived largely from a Canadian survey conducted by Professor Robert Brim of the University of Toronto, and he used 10 questions, and we tried to add some other questions to see if that would improve the scale. And we've just been recently doing some work, not me, but a statistician colleague, and it didn't really, these additional questions did not improve the validity of the scale in a statistical sense, so that the report that I prepared uses the 6 questions that are in the subscale developed by the British academics.
And so if we want to understand what those 6 questions are, those are the questions set out in table 2 of your report. Is that right?
Yes.
So that table lists the 6 questions from the Judeo-phobic subscale, correct?
I'm just trying to find it.
It's around about page 14.
Yeah, table 2. Yes, that is correct.
I understand. And then question 4 in the survey instrument, which appears on page 35, that is, again, partly drawing from the anti-Zionist subscale.
It has the 6 items
Yes.
in the subscale, plus the additional ones based on the Canadian research.
And so if we want to understand what were the questions from the anti-Zionist subscale, that's represented in table 3
Yes.
on page 15 of your report. Is that right?
Correct.
And so did you find that the additional questions you included in the survey instrument were not valid in the same way you reached that conclusion for the additional questions for the first set of questions?
They were to some extent, but I did not think that they were necessary for this report. So I use a couple of those questions. For example, one of the questions was, Israel is an apartheid state.
That's a question that you added that wasn't from the anti-Zionist
That's
subscale?
correct. Yeah.
And so why did you add that question?
Just to test what impact that might have, what sort of response we would get. And what we found was with a very abstract question like that, the proportion of people giving a don't know or prefer not to say, that sort of category of response went up. I think 60% or so, just from memory, but it's in here. With regard to that question, we can find it exactly. Yes, this is table 4, page 17. Israel is an apartheid state. 62% of people did not give a substantive response to that question. So to me, what that says is that with regard to the general population, there's one group of people who are not interested, it's not their business, and there's another group who don't know. In a way, there's so much richness in this survey that I've got written here 30 pages. We could easily write 130 pages on this. Because, for example, there are differences between men and women and how men and women answer a question about knowledge. But I thought for the purposes of this report, which is to give the broad lie of the land, it was not necessary to go into that detail.
All right, so if we then focus on the questions that are from the anti-Zionist subscale set out at table 3 at page 15 of your report, can I just seek to understand the purpose behind some of these questions? So the first question that's listed there, I'm comfortable spending time with people who openly support Israel. People had the option of disagreeing, strongly agreeing, or strongly agreeing, or offering some more non-committal answers. Is that right?
That is right.
And so by including that question, say someone disagrees or strongly disagrees with that statement. In other words, they are saying they're not comfortable spending time with people who openly support Israel. Are you suggesting the person who answers that in that way is necessarily anti-Semitic?
Not at all, no.
Right. So what is the purpose of including that question then?
Well, you see, that mirrors the question in the Judeo-phobic scale. I'm just as open having Jewish friends. That was still on page 15. So that mirrors that. But at the end of the day, I just really make 2 points. I think it's a mistake to fixate on one question, because what we're looking at is the pattern of response. Because there may be the way that people interpret that question. The larger the sample and the more robust the scale, the more chance you've got of getting something meaningful. And see, what I would say that's meaningful there is it was 3% in general terms. It's gone up to 16%. So that might indicate like a 13% increase when we're asking that in the context of Israel. And he just points us in the direction, without being able to clearly establish the meaning at this stage, of the impact of those questions to do with Israel as opposed to questions in general terms.
So you're more interested in how people's responses to these questions change over time, and also how their responses to one question might line up with a response to another question,
yes,
for example.
So you can see a clear pattern of the way that people are responding to that. So the strongest is when Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. And you see, that's almost an outlier, isn't it? Because with other questions, 20% was the highest you got. There you got 33%. And the purpose of that is not to close the discussion, but to open the discussion. What does that mean? Yeah. And it doesn't mean if you endorse that you're anti-Semitic. I'm not really necessarily interested in that. I'm interested in the pattern of response and what happens to the pattern of response when you introduce Israel into the questions.
All right. We'll come to some more of your findings in more detail shortly to draw that out. But just for completeness, I'd ask you the same question in respect of the question you've included there. Israel and its supporters are a bad influence on our democracy. If someone agrees or strongly agrees with that statement, again, you're not suggesting that that's a necessarily anti-Semitic position.
Not at all. It's part of the matrix that we put together and try and get meaning out of that. And also I would add, that's my meaning. I always, because often when you get surveys reported, people don't give you the full frequencies. So you can see there's a lot of reports in my table. And when we released this, we also released the full questionnaire. With many other surveys, you get top-line findings. Here I'm presenting this data, and it's for us to think about. I think my aim is for the Commission to think about these issues. Is there substance? Are we learning anything from this? Or is this just, gobbledygook?
All right. So I take it then that to the extent anyone agrees with negative statements with Israel set out in this table, you're not suggesting they're necessarily being anti-Semitic?
Not at all.
Oh,
I
understand.
We do know what anti-Semitism means, and you last week, I think, were, I wouldn't say introduced to it because it's not something new, but you were certainly understood what anti-Semitism means in practice. This is not about anti-Semitism, this or that. It's about the pattern and how does society work. For example, how do young people answer those questions? How do people of a particular political persuasion answer that question? Are there patterns or not?
I understand. Can I ask you then about the method for conducting the survey, again, before coming to some of the particular findings? So the survey was conducted using the YouGov survey company, correct?
That is correct.
And they have a research panel comprising 71,000 individuals who've agreed to take part in surveys,
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
But this particular survey, Crossroads 25, was completed by 2,270 respondents.
Yes.
And on your understanding, is the selection of those 2,270 out of the 71,000, that's not totally random selection, is it? Is it targeted in some way?
It's targeted in the sense that the survey company will set quotas. And when they reach those quotas, they will probably close off opportunities to do the survey. So a quota might be a particular age group. And there are 16 variables that they use and have provided for us. So they will set up certain quotas, and when they're filled, then the people who are responding don't have an opportunity to respond anymore.
And when you say quotas, so one is, for example, by age.
Yep.
What are the other sorts of quotas that are set on your understanding?
Well, an important quota would be the state in which they live. All right?
Yes.
So that has to mirror the whole population.
And so is the purpose of setting these quotas to ensure that the sample is representative of a cross-section of the Australian community?
That is correct, yes.
Right. And you mentioned that it included a sample boost of 800 people aged 18 to 30. What does that mean?
So from other surveys, we have established that young people are a particular interest in this space, in the way that they form their views on Israel, and so on. And if we had not provided a sample boost, the survey would have had been not 2,200 plus, but 1,800. And we would have probably only have had like 400 young people. And you see, with any subset like that, once you disaggregate it, it becomes less and less reliable. So say you had 200 men, 220 women, 180 men, yeah? And then if I divide that into age groups again, you can see that the numbers get very small. And a lot of interest in the surveying is to understand subgroups. Because if you don't understand subgroups, the way I describe it, the results are flat. It doesn't have much predictive power. You don't know where this is going to go. So that's why, for example, young people are particularly interesting, because there is a difference with regard to age. Also, if you don't set up a good quota for young people, they're the hardest people to survey. Okay? You have to put a lot of effort into recruiting young people. So you're sort of understanding why we actually had decided to boost it to 800. So then we could get also not only reliable data for young people, but for subgroups within the young group. For example, are they currently at university? That might be of interest, etc. What's their level of qualifications? Have they got a job? Now, we haven't fully analysed all of those data, but that's the reason for having a boost.
Could I take you then to Table 2 on page 14, which sets out some of the finding or results of Crossroads 25 as compared to Crossroads 21, as compared to the survey conducted by the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism.
Yep.
For the statement, and just so I understand what's represented here, the first statement is Jewish people are just as loyal to Australia as other Australian people. You've indicated that 10% of those surveys either disagreed or strongly disagreed with that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
And for the next one, Jewish people can be trusted just as much as other Australian people in business. 8% disagreed or strongly disagreed with that statement?
Yes. Yep.
The next statement, I'm just as open to having Jewish friends as I am to having friends from other sections of the Australian society. 3% of those surveyed disagreed or strongly disagreed?
Yes, all of that is correct. Yep.
Jewish people talk about the Holocaust just to further their political agenda. 14% agreed or strongly agreed with that statement?
Yes, because you see the questions are reverse coded. So 3 are asked in a positive way and 3 are asked in a negative way.
Yes.
And also the surveys, the questions may be asked in different order. They can randomise the way so that you get a churn. You don't get everyone exactly applying the same way. The danger, if I can just add, the danger is if you're all asking in all negative or all positive, people just whiz through the survey and tick one box. But we could then tell, they're called speeders, and the speeders would be excluded from the analysis.
And then for the next question, Australian Jewish people chase money more than other Australian people. 18% agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the final one, compared to other groups, Jewish people have too much power in the media. 17% of those surveyed agreed or strongly agreed. Is that right?
Yes.
And the average across all those questions was 12% of those surveyed agreed with negative statements about Jewish people, in effect.
Yes, that's right.
All right. And then you've drawn a comparison to the results of the Special Envoy's survey and the Crossroads 21 survey. In your view, while there's some differences between them, do you consider the results of those other surveys consistent with your results or not?
I do, because the pattern is very similar. Like if you put in a gradation, the numbers are not identical, but the gradation is very similar. And what is interesting here is that these are surveys done by different companies. So the Crossroads YouGov, as we discussed, ASECA was Free Hills, using a different panel. And Crossroads 21, we actually used a probability panel from the Social Research Centre. So they're different methodologies or different sampling bases for those 3. And yet the findings are similar. If you were to ask me why is 117 and why is 112, I couldn't answer that. Other than to say, the survey context is different, meaning the order of the questions might be different. And I actually happen to know that they were different. and they were done at different times. There might have been a different environment. But then when I look at that, in terms of my early categorisation, is it noise or is there substance? I would say that I can see a pattern there, and the pattern is consistent, and that gives me a bit more confidence that we basically used that scale on 3 different occasions and obtained quite a similar pattern. You know, we keep coming back to this 15%. You see, if you average the 12 and 17, that's what you've got. So that sort of starts to form, not any individual question, but the pattern across the survey starts to form an understanding that in general terms that's the proportion that we might be dealing with. But with some questions to do with Israel, you will get higher negativity, but not off the scale other than that one question about Gaza.
I'll come to that shortly. I think you said that for the Special Envoy survey that was conducted by Freehills. Did you mean to say Freehills?
I think I did. Is that not correct?
Right. No, I'll have that checked. You may be right, but I'll come back to that.
Yeah. No, it's probably not. That's a legal firm, sorry.
Well, it is. So that's the basis for my question.
Yes.
But we can check that. Don't worry about that. Right. Now, some people may see that average of 12%, that is 12% who are agreeing with negative statements about Jews, and may say, well, that's not too bad. It's only a minority of people who hold these negative views. Can you draw that sort of conclusion from looking at that 12% figure?
No, because again, you're taking it in isolation. And what I'm interested in is the overall pattern in that population. Yeah. One of the strongest findings for me, which you won't find probably in any other surveys that I know of, is that I report on the people who don't know, don't care category. Very often in surveys, they just exclude it and the numbers are recalculated. I was surprised that even in the Pew survey, which is near the end of this report, they excluded the don't knows. I guess they exclude them because they don't have an opinion, and what we want is the opinions of people. But to me, that's an opinion. And if it's 45% of the Australian population, and that is accepted as probably valid, that could well be an important finding for the Commission going forward. I don't know, but I'm putting it out there that that's important.
And you've mentioned in your report that those sort of non-committal responses might be relevant if, for example, someone's designing an education program. It may be important to know that there's a large section of the community who just don't have a view on these things that may suggest a need for greater education in that area. Is that the sort of suggestion you're making?
And if you wanted to go down that line, you could conduct further analysis, because there's actually a difference between men and women in the proportion who say we don't know. And that's a very interesting further dimension, which I didn't have space to go into this report. Men are likely to have stronger views, and women will often be more diffident, although on humanitarian issues they could differ. So that's another dimension to be explored in this survey.
Could I then ask you about Table 3, and these are the questions drawn from the anti-Zionist subscale. The first question here is, I'm comfortable spending time with people who openly support Israel. 16% disagreed or strongly disagreed, in other words, indicating they'd be uncomfortable spending time with people who openly support Israel. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And the second question, Israel has a right to exist as a homeland for the Jewish people. 6% disagreed or strongly disagreed, correct?
Correct.
Next question, Israel has a right to defend, or is right to defend itself against those who want to destroy it. 7% disagreed or strongly disagreed.
And what's interesting there is that those two questions, there are similar proportions. Question 4, the right to exist and right to defend itself is a similar proportion.
And why do you say that's interesting?
Because if I only had one question, I would be much less confident in its reliability. But if I've got two questions, and I've got similar results. And when a second did it, and they also got similar results for those two questions, although marginally different, it gives me a bit more confidence in saying that is an interesting finding.
The next question was, Israel can get away with anything because its supporters control the media. 18% agreed or strongly agreed, correct?
Yes, and you see, if we go back to the previous scale, it was 17% on the media question. So again, that consistency. And you see, it's not like doing an exam and you can turn the page and see what you did before. It's in people's consciousness, even though it's in very different contexts. You're getting a similar finding. It's around 17, 18%. And that's what I mean about patterns.
Right. The next question, Israel and its supporters are a bad influence on our democracy. 20% agreed or strongly agreed.
Yes.
And the final question, Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. 33% agreed or strongly agreed.
Yes.
And you regard that finding as significant, as you've set out in paragraph 48 of your report. Can you just explain to us why you consider that to be significant?
There's a bit of history to that, because when we first published the Crossroads 25 report, some people said to us, what's that question doing in there? Is that push polling? Are you putting ideas into people's minds? Yeah. Because you don't want to be doing that in surveys. You actually want to get people's opinions rather than tell them what to think. So that was controversial. And that's why I comment here that that may be a fair proposition, but it's not one that I accept. Because people have the option of either agreeing, disagreeing, but also saying, I neither agree nor disagree, I don't know, or I prefer not to say. So people had that option. And the other thing you look for surveys is that a spurious option, because no one takes it? And again, in this survey, we can show that a lot of people are willing to take that non-committal position. So again, we have a non-committal substantive response. And that's why I think that question has validity, in addition to the fact that the statistical analysis, when we run factor analysis, tells us that fits in with the other questions. Because a factor analysis, if that was an aberrant question, if we think in terms of numbers, it would be like a 0.5, a 0.6, a 0.7 correlation, and that would be a 0.3, and it would stand out, as it doesn't belong there. But in fact, when we do that analysis, and there's some of that in this report, it shows that it does belong.
You've also noted in paragraph 48 that the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism states that drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis may be anti-Semitic depending on the context. Yes. So I take it you accept that whether or not such a statement is anti-Semitic does depend on the context.
Totally depends on the context.
Right. In table 4, you've set out the range of non-committal or don't know responses, and I think you've already explained why you consider those to be significant. So what I might do then is continue on to that part of your report which identifies results by population segment, which starts from paragraph 57. You observed, did you, that there's a higher proportion of agreement with some negative statements about Jews or Israel in some population segments?
That is correct, yes.
And they included younger respondents from the age of 18 to 34, is that right?
That is correct, yep. Yes.
As well as current university students and graduates?
Yes, it's not in the table, but it's in the discussion.
I understand. And as well as what you've described as supporters of left-wing causes, there was a higher proportion of agreement with negative statements about Jews or Israel in that category of persons as well?
Yes.
And is it possible those three categories overlap, i.e. they're not mutually exclusive?
Correct. Yes.
And can I ask, how did you ascertain supporters of left-wing causes as you describe it? How did you go about ascertaining a respondent's political alignment in that way?
Well, I think it's generally understood that the Greens party would be left of centre in this country. So in that context, that's there. But I also have in my head understanding of a lot of other surveying. So later on we might look at the Pew surveys, and the Pew surveys find that they actually use, are you right, central or left? We don't have those terminologies in Australia. We don't use them much in surveys because I think they're much better understood in America than here. But when they use that left category, they got a really high response for Australia.
Right, but you don't use that category, as you said, in the Crossroads 25 survey, but you were able to ascertain the respondents' political alignment, you say, by virtue of having information about how they voted in the last federal election?
Yes.
That's how you went about ascertaining political alignment?
And there's other indicators as well in our survey data, because YouGov also provided for us how people voted at the voice referendum and what their attitudes are today. But I think clearest is how they voted in 2025. The survey was in 2025.
Yeah. And is understanding how someone votes in the last federal election a reliable indicator of their political alignment in circumstances where they may change their vote election to election?
Sure, it's never going to be a totally reliable. But the question is there a pattern? And if we look at Table 5, you can see a very clear pattern. Interesting, isn't it, that the Greens are scoring lowest on the Judeophobic scale, highest on the anti-Zionist subscale. And you can see that the Labor is similar to that but not identical, and Coalition One Nation a bit different. So the patterns there, I think, are very telling. And to me what they would say is the Greens, in general terms, are human rights advocates. Not in general terms, I think in a fundamental sense they are. And they're against discrimination and the great supporters of various causes. So it's interesting that they score very low on that Judophobic scale.
So just
but
to
obviously they have attitudes with regard to Israel.
Right. So in Table 5, on the Judeophobic subscale, what you've indicated there is that of those who voted Green in the last federal election, 8% of those people, insofar as they responded to this survey, agreed with negative views on that Judeophobic scale. Is that what you're saying there? That's the average across all six questions. I understand. But then when it comes to those 6 questions on the anti-Zionist subscale, what you're recording there is that 30% of respondents who voted Green in the last election agreed with the negative statements about Israel on that scale. Is that right? Okay. And then you've set out for the figures for Labor, Independent, Coalition and One Nation as well. But it's the Greens that had the highest percentage of any of those political parties or persuasions that had the highest percentage of agreement with negative views on that anti-Zionist subscale. Is that right?
Which does not mean that they're anti-Semitic. It's on that scale that is the score that they obtain. on average.
Yes, I think I understand now.
Yep.
You're not suggesting that 30% of Greens voters are anti-Semitic.
No.
Thank you for that clarification. Then in table 6, you set out some of your results by reference to age group as well. So what you're recording there is that taking that question of Israel has a right to exist as a homeland for the Jewish people, the national average was 6% of disagreement, but for the category 18 to 24-year-olds, there was 15% disagreement. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And taking the question, Israel is right to defend itself against those who want to destroy it, 7% of the national sample disagreed, whereas 22% of those aged 18 to 24 disagreed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then for the statement, Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews, of the national sample, 33% agreed with that statement, whereas 54% of 18 to 24-year-olds agreed with that statement.
Yep, that is correct.
All right. And do you regard that as a significant finding?
I do. Because with a lot of, across the general population, the highest negative we got was 33% for one question. And for any other question, it was around 20%. Yep. So to get it up to now 54% from 33 to 54, that is a very strong finding. It means that, half the people within that cohort, or more than half the people, do agree with that statement. And again, it doesn't mean they're anti-Semitic. It means there's a question. What is going on there? And the answer might well be the humanitarian people and their concern, etc., which is not going down the path of labelling them as anti-Semitic.
Can I ask you then about table 7? And one question that was included in the survey was, it's been reported that Hamas killed around 1,200 Israelis in the attacks on 7th October 2023. From what you've seen or heard, do you think these reports are, 1, broadly true, and 48% agreed with that they're broadly true? Is that right?
Yes.
And then another option that you offered was broadly untrue, and 5% of those surveys said that that report, that is of Hamas killing around 1,200 Israelis on 7 October, 5% said that was broadly untrue.
Correct.
3% said prefer not to say, and 44% said not sure.
Yes, that's correct.
But you note that the percentages differ in respect of some population segments. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So it was a substantially higher proportion of people saying it was untrue in the group aged 18 to 24. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
What was the proportion?
I think it might have been 12%, yes?
12%. I'm just trying to lay my eyes on it. Yes. In paragraph 70,
Yes.
you say for those aged 18 to 24 and the slightly older Gen Z age group up to age 28 in 2025, and the overlapping grouping of current university students, 12 to 13% of respondents in each of those categories answered that the report of casualties was broadly untrue.
Yep.
Is that right?
And for me, that's a very important question, a very important finding.
And why is that?
Well, for one thing, 44% say we're not sure. Now that is consistent, isn't it, with that around 45% of the population who aren't well informed, don't know, don't care, that sort of group. But it is this an opinion or is it a statement of fact that this happened? Now, if you were to ask various segments of the population, such as the Jewish community, is it true or not true? I would be surprised if it fell much below 90% of people saying it's true. Yeah. But in the general population, you've got 44% of people saying we're not sure, which is, and I think you've heard testimony, that is a fundamental watershed in the Jewish community's life in this country and internationally. And here, when we're asking the general population, what we're finding is that 44% of people are not sure, but more than that, 5% outright say it's probably not true. And then later on I do correlations and the significance is exemplified.
Let's go to those correlations that you describe. Are they set out in tables 8.1 to 8.3 of your report? Oh, and on to 8.5 on the next page?
Yep.
All right, so in table 8.1, here you're trying to correlate people's responses to that previous question we just looked at, reports of 1,200 casualties, with their responses to other questions from both the Judeophobic and anti-Zionist subscale. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So in table 8.1, you're indicating that of those who agreed or strongly agreed with the statement, Jewish people talk about the Holocaust just to further their political agenda, 14% of those people are saying the reports of 1,200 casualties was true, whereas 43% are saying it's untrue. Is that right?
So it's willingness to agree with the proposition that Jews talk about the Holocaust for political agenda. It's part of their agenda, that's what they're doing. Yep.
Yes.
And if you had said that it was broadly untrue, that it was broadly true, that this incident happened on the 7th of October, not really an incident, 14% of those, but more than, let's say 3 times that proportion of the people who responded broadly untrue agree with that statement. So you see, the question is, how do we get from this data to anti-Semitism? And I haven't really got there in this report, because what I'm particularly wanting to do is to look at the lie of the land. But how is it possible that a person, one, let's say is a university student, denies the reality of what happened on the 7th of October and also says, or 43% of them also say, that the Holocaust is part of the political agenda? And we can take some other things, like Jews are largely to blame for the economic troubles of the world. That's the next one. Now that's a basic anti-Semitic trope. Jews start the wars, Jews do this, Jews do that. Yes? Not so many in the broadly untrue are getting to that position, but about a quarter are.
That's 28.
That's the 28%. So amongst those who said that was untrue, broadly untrue, and they also, a quarter of them, that group, also agree that Jews are largely to blame for blah, blah. Yep. And that's how I think we can join things together. Like Jews control the media. On that one, it's gone up to 64%. So it's following the trail, following the correlations where we make sense of this, not in individual questions, but in patterns. You see, another pattern there which might validate this is if we say that people who are not sure, but the people who are not sure what happened on that day are also not sure or neither agree or disagree in disproportionate numbers. You see in table 8.1 it's 29 plus 19 plus 1. compared to 6% who said it was broadly true. Does that make sense? That it's the consistency you get across a survey by looking at a range of questions.
And so, as you suggested earlier, one way a policymaker might use this information is to say, well, if they're agreeing with this statement as well as that statement, that might show a lack of education in a certain area, and we need to design a response to that.
Not necessarily lack of education. It's more a mindset that you have reports from the United Nations on sexual violence that was committed. Now, who would have most access to that sort of information? Would it be university students, more so than other sections of the community? And yet, if we run some of these correlations, we find they deny this and they agree with that. Yeah? And so you have an issue there. And I don't for a second think that if we educate people, you're going to get around that. Because some of them will say they're not sure because they basically don't follow the news. But there might be others in other categories for adopting that position.
But is that significant in this sense?
Yes.
That the question of whether the number of people killed in the Hamas attack on Israel is broadly true is a question of fact.
Yes.
Whereas the other questions that are the subject of comparison are questions about attitudes.
But you see, I don't simply see that as a question of fact. I believe what I want to believe rather than a simple statement of fact.
The reason I'm asking, Professor, is my age group reads what is now described as the legacy media.
Yes.
I understand people under a certain age wouldn't know what that is.
Yeah.
So the 44 who are not sure might well be people who are truthfully responding that they simply haven't seen reports.
Exactly. And so we're not... The point I'm drawing from that is if they're not sure about that, it's interesting they're also not sure about a whole range of other issues as well.
Yes.
And there's a pattern there that says that they're disproportionately unsure about a whole range of things.
But there's not a difference in your view between lack of sureness about a fact and lack of sureness about a broader attitude to a subject.
Yeah, it's the broader attitude of the subject. And particularly that 5% who say broadly untrue.
Yeah.
Because you might say 5%, give or take, that's nothing. But when we look at some subgroups, it's 12 or 13%, which starts to become 1 person in 8. Yeah. And then it may well be interesting. And then you look at these correlations and you say, yes, we may have something there.
Yes.
And we would sit around the table and other people would say, no, you don't have that. But it's a basis for getting into people's minds and people's attitudes.
Yes, sorry, Ms Hager.
And so is it fair to say that that question about October 7 is really testing respondents' beliefs about those events rather than
no, I wouldn't
testing.
say just beliefs.
Right.
But it's a mixture. It's being informed, but also perhaps being in a position of denial.
I understand. Commissioner, I know at the time, I anticipate I'll be maybe another 10 minutes or so as part of my examination.
Well, I think it might be time for the morning adjournment then, Ms Hager. The Commission will adjourn for 15 minutes.
earlier. Can you just explain to us what the results of that survey were and whether you consider them to be consistent or not with your own results?
Good. So it's about people's views about Israel. And they asked, are you favourable or unfavourable? And then they're a subset like very unfavourable or somewhat unfavourable. And I've been reflecting on that question since I wrote this. And it is a very general question, isn't it? Because how is it that they got, for Australia, 74% unfavourable? And I think it has something to do with the question that they ask, favourable, unfavourable. It doesn't have much nuance in it or substance in it. But the value of it is that they ask the same question in 24 countries. And the big finding there, I think, is that Australia is in the top group of countries with unfavourable views. And if we just look at English-speaking countries, Australia is the largest proportion with unfavourable views.
So if we look at table 11 on page 27, Australia has 74%, the UK has 61%, Canada 60%, and the USA 53%. Is
Yes.
that right? And that percentage of people either said unfavourable or very unfavourable views of Israel. Is that right?
Yes, correct. And even if we just look at very unfavourable, Australia's 39%, which is the highest proportion. So I think for me, the way I interpret that is the value is the ranking of the countries and where Australia is ranked, rather than the general question that they asked.
Right. So do you see that as consistent with your findings or not?
I think it's a challenge. I see it as a challenge. And I see that as something to be thought through. And also, if we could look at the figure 5, which I referred to earlier, left, centre or right, they use those terms. And where they're only reporting the countries where they got significant differences. And Australia has the largest gap between left and right. And left is 90%. So again, in terms of understanding the landscape in Australia, it fits in with my understanding that, say, the settler colonial narrative, and that's what I link this to, but that's just my interpretation, has particular purchase in Australia, given the salience of Indigenous issues in this country and so on. I don't know, but that could be one possible explanation for why that very sharp left-right division, and also that Australia is at the highest level.
But that sort of narrative might also be in play in the US and in Canada, for example, would it not? That settler colonial narrative you describe.
I would think that in America it has less salience. Possibly in Canada, but in Australia has less salience. And that's speculative, obviously.
I understand.
The Pew survey of which we are speaking
Yes.
Was conducted in March of 2025, is that right?
Yes. And it had a large Australian sample, 1,800, and used a probability sample. So in terms of methodology and rigour, the Pew Research Agency, I think, is almost the gold standard as far as I'm concerned. But it's an interesting question that they chose to ask such a general question.
You conclude your report on page 30 by saying that your report has sought to understand attitudes and their distribution, but for a fuller understanding, focus is required on activism, that is, on those who are driven to act, the specifics of motivation and strategies. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by that?
So I see the value of this at 3 levels. One is an overview of society and the relative proportions, the relative distribution of attitudes, and for us to work towards a fuller understanding of that. I don't say that I've got it here, but I've got elements of that, and it's an important conversation to have. It's important in terms of any programs that might be developed in this space. Yeah. The second point is that it makes sense in terms of segments, because I think that if we look at the overall view of a society, it's probably lacking explanatory power. Whereas if you look at subgroups and you look at how the subgroups play out, you start to get a better sense of where this society might be heading. For example, young people, who are the leaders of tomorrow. Yep. That gives you a sense of where this society might be going. And the third point I make is that this attitudinal survey doesn't actually tell you about anti-Semitism occurring in Australia at a particular time, because it's in a way, if you had 2,000 people in this country who were minded to act aggressively with regard to Jewish people, that could have a tremendous impact on the community. Whereas if you're talking about 10% of the population or 20%, in Australia, the population over the age of 18 is 22.2 million. Yeah. So if we had 10% of those, well, that would be so grossly overrepresented in terms of trying to understand what's happening in terms of actions. That you don't get actions at that scale. It's those particular people who are minded to act. And they're a fundamental element of the equation. And if all you looked at was attitudinal surveys, you would not capture that.
And so am I understanding you correctly to say that just because someone might have an attitude that is described as negative towards Jews or negative towards Israel, that doesn't necessarily indicate that they're willing to act on those views by perpetrating anti-Semitic acts, and so that's a separate discussion.
It's another dimension. I think if we're thinking in terms of dimensions, actions is one dimension, attitudes is another. There can be obviously links, yeah, but you won't understand that activist group and what proportion they make of a society by just looking at general surveys.
I understand. I have no further questions.
Yes. Before I turn to Ms. Dwyer, I should say Mr. Kaplan and Ms. Boyle.
Who's not
I'm
present
sorry, I thought.
here.
She's absent, obviously. Commissioner Gardner is my name.
Yes, Mr. Gardner. My understanding is that neither the Commonwealth nor New South Wales evinced an interest in the examination of witnesses in this hearing block. That's the reason I didn't turn to you earlier.
That is my understanding.
Yes, very well. Ms. Dwyer, I should say I appreciate your what I would describe as modest estimate for the amount of time your examination might take. I'm not going to hold you to 15 minutes, but I ask you to be reasonable, and I'll indicate if I think it's gone beyond that.
Commissioner, we're very grateful for that, but in fact most of our questions have been covered, so I might in fact give you a pleasant surprise and be less.
Even more splendid, thank you.
We've got two broad categories. Professor Markus, I'm going to ask you to return very briefly to paragraph 65 of your report for the Commission, where there's the table in table 5 that you've already helpfully given some evidence about. Before I do, I just wanted to clarify, if I may, these subcategories. For the Crossroads 25 survey, you distinguish between what's been referred to as old anti-Semitism or Judeophobia and new anti-Semitism, which is sometimes called anti-Zionist anti-Semitism. Am I correct?
But they are part of the one scale. And the statistics in this report show that when you do the various analyses like Cronbach's alpha and so on, they are found to be part of the one scale.
Okay, just in relation to Table 5, for example, though, you think it's worthwhile to draw out the differences between Judeophobic subscale and anti-Zionist subscale. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And what you've been at pains to say that it's certainly possible to be critical of Israel and not be anti-Semitic. You've said that. But in terms of classical anti-Semitic stereotypes or Judeophobia, it's very obvious, isn't it, that it's hard to imagine that you could be Judeophobic without being anti-Semitic. Sorry?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay. That is correct.
And if you have a look then at paragraph 65, you've made it clear that by far the highest percentage of voters expressing classically anti-Semitic Judeophobic views are One Nation voters, correct?
They're not huge differences in numbers, but they are differences in numbers.
Well, 17% of One Nation voters express those.
And 13% Labor. Views. So it's a difference of 4 percentage points in a survey in which the margin of error would be around 3%. So, and this is a subgroup within that. So you can't definitively say that One Nation is, that far different.
But you can definitively say that 17% of those responses were Judeophobic, is that right?
Yes. On that scale, yes. Subscale.
And what the lowest percentage of Judeophobic responses came from the Greens? You
Correct.
See that? And what your report shows there is that it's certainly possible to hold anti-Zionist views without holding Judeophobic views.
That is right.
Just the second and last topic relates to the findings from the Scanlon Foundation survey mapping report, which you helpfully pull out. That's at page, or you refer to them at page 8 of your report. And you've given evidence this morning about some of the significant findings. Just a reminder, to put it in context, that the Scanlon Foundation survey mapping social cohesion looked at the attitudes to 6 faith groups: Buddhists, Christians, Hindus, Jews, Muslims and Sikhs. And you gave evidence this morning that one important finding is that the negative attitude expressed towards people of Jewish faith has increased since 2023, up 6% from 9% to 15%. You recall
correct, that is correct.
And your evidence was that's in a very important context because you've got those findings expressed over a period of time.
Yes.
Am I right that in fact the greatest negative increase from 2023 to 2025 was in fact towards Muslim groups, up 8 points from 27 to 35?
So you're drawing a distinction between 6 points.
No, I'm just if you could focus on that question first. Am I right that that's the greatest increase in terms of the negative attitudes?
I can't answer that without explaining that with the margin of error, just looking at the numbers, that is the largest increase.
Okay.
Yes. But in terms of significance, and is that a reliable difference? I would say no, because the margins of difference are so small.
You might be anticipating the wrong question that's coming next, which is you've given evidence that it's important to look at that increase in negative attitudes towards Jewish people from 9% to 15%. Equally, it's important, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure that I did actually say that.
I think the evidence you gave was that it's very important context to look at the fact that the negative attitude towards people of Jewish faith has increased since 2023, up 6 points, up 6% points.
I think my point was that it has increased basically for all groups.
Okay.
I can't simply distinguish the Jewish increase from the other groups. And the point I was wanting to make is that if all the data that you had was for one group, whether it was for Jewish or others, you would get a different understanding than if you had the overall perspective as you have here.
Right, and figure 2 is helpful, isn't it, in giving you an overall perspective in relation to those 6 faith groups?
That is correct.
And what it shows is that there has been a significant increase in the negative attitudes towards the Muslim population.
That is correct.
Are you aware, given your interest and expertise in social cohesion, of any reports that show people who hold racist views towards one group tend to hold racist groups towards other groups?
It's not part of my work, but I'm sure that if we had some psychiatrists here and so on who would know how the attitudes are correlated, but I personally can't talk to that.
Do you accept that might, I'm just drawing on your general expertise, that might be an interesting thing to know in terms of understanding social cohesion and how we foster it?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Ms. Goldman?
Commissioner, just 2 questions, if I may.
Yes.
Professor Markus, you gave some evidence this morning that you see your work as complementary to the evidence that the Commission has been hearing about Jewish lived experience. Do you recall saying that this
Yes,
morning?
I do.
And I take it that you don't see your work as contradicting in any way the evidence of lived experience.
Not at all.
May I ask you if you could just elaborate for the Commission on the way in which you see your work as complementary to the lived experience evidence?
Yep. I think my way of answering that is if you had one without the other, what would you have? So if all that you had was lived experience, some of it would speak to broader issues because people would say, in my suburb, rather than just in my, or they would say, in my university. So some of that qualitative work, and I've done quite a lot of qualitative work, goes beyond the individual to generalisable, particularly if you had like 10 people from a one environment and they were telling you about this is what's happening in that environment. But that essentially is about the tangible reality. And what the direction of yield of this work, the direction of gain of this work, is that it gives you that overview. So you have this proportion in that category, that proportion, and that proportion. I think I've said that one of the important findings is the middle category, that maybe 45% of people would have no firm views one way or another. Now, I don't think you would ever get that from lived experience. So you need really both. But we would be seriously impoverished if all we had was survey data. And in the Scanlon Foundation work now in the last few years, in addition to the survey data, we've actually had a section of interviewing with people so they can tell us what actually is going on the ground.
Thank you, Professor. Nothing further, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Anything arising out of that?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Professor. You're excused. Thanks, Ray.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dr. Andre Oboler.
Yes.
Dr. Oboler, please come forward.
Thank you, Doctor. Do sit down.
Please state your full name.
Andre Shem Oboler.
You are the Chief Executive Officer of the Online Hate Prevention Institute.
I am and an adjunct associate professor in the law school at La Trobe University.
Thank you. You've made a statement dated 8th of May 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, the document ID is stat.8999.0057.0022 _R, and I tender the statement.
Yes. Well, that statement will be, be received as Exhibit 1.116.
Dr. Oboler, can I address first your own qualifications and experience briefly? You've set it out in the report, but you have an honours degree in computer science from Monash University.
Yes.
You completed a PhD in computer science from the finally named Lancaster University in the United Kingdom.
I did.
You followed that with a postdoctoral fellowship at Bar Ilan University in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, in political science.
In political science, yes. And then you completed a Masters of Laws, Juris Doctor, at Monash University.
Yes.
You have some other positions and roles. You mentioned that you're an adjunct professor at the law school at La Trobe University.
Yes.
You're also a fellow of the London Centre for the Study of Contemporary Antisemitism.
Yes.
You've participated in research projects and taught in university on subjects including cybersecurity and what you refer to as cyber racism and cyber terrorism.
Yes, I have. Just to add on the positions there, the other one that's important is that I am one of the Australian government's delegates to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
Yes, I was certainly just about to ask you about that.
Yeah.
And I think your lapel pin is the symbol of that organisation.
It is.
And you've been a member of the Australian government's delegation to IRA since 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You have also published numerous book chapters and articles about issues in respect of broadly described hate speech that's published online.
Yes, a lot on anti-Semitism, but also on a wide range of other forms of online hate.
Yes, thank you. Now, can I ask you about the Institute? The Online Hate Prevention Institute is a private Australian company established in about 2012 by you?
Yes, or by its founding directors. It's a public company limited by guarantee. It's a registered charity.
Yes, thank you. Approximately how many staff?
Myself plus 10 staff at the moment. Numbers do fluctuate.
The staff include technical specialists, sociologists, and policy and communications staff?
Yes, we have quite a few that have worked within government, either directly in government or as consultants to government. We have 3 with PhDs, one that's currently completing a PhD, and it's a range of different skills.
Yeah. And your statement provides some detail to the Commissioner about the original and the current directors of the Institute.
Yes, it does.
Are you based physically in Melbourne?
I personally am, but our team is spread around the country. So we do have staff in Adelaide, in Canberra, and we had one who's just finished in Queensland, a couple here in New South Wales. Yep.
The Institute's constitution describes its primary purpose as to act in the public interest for the prevention and control of online behaviour that is harmful or abusive to human beings. So it follows from that, I take it, that although your statement focuses on anti-Semitism online, the Institute's remit is a broader one.
Yes, the Institute was set up. I've been working in the field for a little over 20 years now. I was one of the pioneers in work on online anti-Semitism, and the point of setting up the Institute in 2012 was to take that expertise that had been built up on anti-Semitism and broaden it to benefit the whole community, to take the lessons learnt, the methodologies, etc. Because frankly, there wasn't anything globally pretty much on those topics.
And you've described in your statement instances of the Institute's work addressing racism generally, hate directed towards those with Chinese heritage, towards the Muslim community, towards gender identity and sexual orientation, and among other forms of hate.
Correct. So to give an example, 2012 when we first started, our first major work was addressing racism against our First Nations people. There was a spate of anti-Indigenous online memes. One of our early reports in 2013 was the world's first report on online Islamophobia. During COVID, we did work, in fact, funded by Meta, and in partnership with them and the Australian Human Rights Commission, looking at anti-Asian racism. And again, we've stepped in because there's been a gap that there just isn't such work, and we need to know about it.
You mentioned at least one source of funding, that the Institute received some government funding from the Victorian and Commonwealth governments over the years?
We have over the years. We had some funding from Home Affairs, for example, in the countering violent extremism area. We've had some funding from the AFP at one point. Most of the funding, however, is from private donors.
Now, your statement provides an overview of the Institute's work. Could I just ask you to focus, for the purpose of oral evidence, on the particular types of reports and investigations that the Institute carries out? So in paragraph 24, you say that the Institute's approach in our work is to seek ways of changing online systems to make them more effective in reducing the risks posed by online hate. We work to create systemic changes that reduce the risk of harm both now and into the future. And then you go on in that section to describe that the Institute's reports are largely of three types: incident-based reports, exploratory reports, and systematic monitoring reports. Could you just provide in a nutshell what each of those types of reports are intended to achieve?
Yeah, so the incident reports generally are following a real-world incident. So, example, we have one on the attacks on the synagogues in Melbourne, and what we do in situations like that is we monitor the online responses. What are people saying about it? What narratives are spreading? If I go right back, one of our earliest pieces of work was actually the Martin Place situation, and there we found, this is not in the report, but there we found far-right groups that were setting up fake Muslim groups claiming that they were supporting the siege, and which was designed, that was a real false flag, that was designed in order to try and create hostility against the Muslim community in that case, by saying, hey, the Muslim community supports what's happening here. So that's a response in real time to an incident. The next type of report we do is really doing systematic research where we're looking at a particular topic. We might dive in, for example, that first report on Islamophobia or the report on anti-Asian hate. We want to know what is the nature and scale of this problem in its own terms. And the last type of report is really the empirical work, which is longitudinal, collects large samples of data and allows us to make comparisons between platforms, between time periods, allows us to disaggregate the data, to look at what the most common narratives are, things like that. We'll come to that third category of report, the systematic monitoring. So there are some recent examples of you undertaking that sort of reporting on anti-Semitism. You have said in your statement that in the 2024 and 2025 years, you've published 5 reports, 4 of them on anti-Semitism and 1 on Islamophobia. And I understand you have a current major project on another topic altogether? Yes, we have a major report looking at online violence against women. In fact, the United Nations, some of the special rapporteurs have been writing to the Australian government on that. There are parallels to some of the evidence that the Commission's been hearing, because some of it relates to doxing, some of it relates to the use of AI to generate synthetic pornography and videos of violence, I'll just say extreme violence, depicting real people that have been AI generated and are then shared back to them to try and cause them extreme distress. So yeah, that report is drafted and we're hoping to release it soon.
A substantial part of your recent work for the Institute then has been focused on anti-Semitism over the last few years?
Yes, it has been, particularly since October 7. It's always been the largest part of our work. There's a number of reasons for that. One is because it is such a big part of online hate. Another one is that there is actually more energy and work in responding to online anti-Semitism than there is in other forms of online hate. There just aren't the same number of conferences, parliamentary hearings, etc. I'm talking globally. I think there's been one meeting of special envoys on Islamophobia, and we were able to connect Australia's special envoy to the European special envoy, who we've worked for on that topic. But compare that to anti-Semitism, where there's regularly stuff going on around the world. There just isn't the energy on it. So that obviously takes up more of our time and expertise to support all of that work.
Can I ask you now about the monitoring approach that the Institute adopts? You've given an initial summary in paragraph 33 of your statement, where you say that the approach is designed to measure the prevalence of anti-Semitism in social media in a manner which is consistent across platforms and over time, and that your monitoring measures anti-Semitism globally, so long as it's visible from Australia, where your analysts analyse it. And you say, and specifically, the density of anti-Semitism among communities engaged in anti-Semitism. And you say that you use density to effectively mean the same thing as prevalence, that is, the proportion of the content examined that is anti-Semitic.
Correct. And that's the proportion, again, within a particular population, within the particular spaces where it's higher, where there are more anti-Semites, because those are the spaces that, in our view, the platforms should be acting to address it.
Okay, so I might just take you through an explanation in a little more detail of what your methodology is when the Institute's undertaken this study of anti-Semitism online.
I've just clarified, this is particularly the systematic monitoring.
Yes.
There's other approaches that are discussed in this evidence and elsewhere for other pieces of work.
Yes, no. Thanks, Dr. Oboler. That's a fair qualification. The first point for your systematic monitoring, perhaps, is that it's undertaken by human analysts. It's not undertaken by algorithm or artificial intelligence.
Yes, and that's very important. I explain this a lot in international forums. I addressed there's the interfaith forum of the, I think it was the G20 that met in South Africa, I think it was last year, and I gave a talk on this topic. The problem with the automated approaches is they find the things you tell them to find. Okay, so put very simply, they're given usually lists of words or lists of phrases. If those words or those phrases do not appear in a particular item of content, they're blind to it. Right? So the approach we use, which I think you're about to walk me through, the approach we use involves human analysts to make a decision firstly on whether something is or isn't anti-Semitic or other types of hate, as the case may be. And the second thing is the way we do that work is we find an entry point and then we read a lot of content and snowball outwards. So that means we see everything that sort of touches it, that's related to it, rather than getting a pre-filtered list saying these are the things the computer found.
And is one advantage or virtue of using human analysts a better ability to identify anti-Semitic content which a user or someone posting a comment might think they're cleverly disguising by adjusting some letter or expression?
That's true. I would put it this way. If a human can't understand the anti-Semitic message, particularly a human that's been trained in it, that knows what they're looking for, then it's actually gobbledygook, and whether it was intended as anti-Semitic or not is actually irrelevant if nobody can understand it. And if a human can understand it, then the fact that it's been disguised, the fact that it might have no words in it at all, it might be done in emojis, it might be done as a picture, it might be done as a video. If the human can read it and see the message, and that message is anti-Semitic, then they can capture the data and log it. And one of the things I would say, if I can refer for a second to the testimony we just heard, which was attitudinal base, our data is, or our work is all based on data. Every item, when we say we have so many items in X category, Y category, every item we have a screenshot of it. We have a picture of the item. We have an address of where it either is or used to be. We have the categories on it. So, it's not just that there's this many items, it's we have a catalogue of every single one of them.
You described the way that you measure the prevalence of hate speech by counting the number of hate items in a sample and dividing by the total number of items in the sample.
Yeah.
So with that approach, when it comes to anti-Semitism,
Sorry, I might just correct you a little there. In this systematic work, that tells us the prevalence of particular types of anti-Semitism, because the entire sample, that number we divide by, is the number of anti-Semitic items we had collected. The bit that determines the sample size is actually time.
Yes, I was about to come to that, but before that, when it comes to anti-Semitism, the Institute, when it analyses online content, draws on two IRA working definitions. Can you explain that?
Yes, IRA actually has three working definitions. One of them is on anti-Gypsyism, so not relevant for this particular work. The first IRA working definition was actually the IRA working definition on Holocaust denial and distortion, and that preceded the anti-Semitism definition by about a decade. That definition is so highly uncontroversial that it was pretty much verbatim adopted unanimously by the United Nations General Assembly. So we use that definition in terms of a lot of the Holocaust-related content, which is one of four categories of anti-Semitism we look at. And then we use the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism, which gives us the other, well, I'd say the other three categories. So our categories are Holocaust-related content, content relating to violence, just because that may need to be pulled out for police action, etc. Traditional anti-Semitism, which we heard about in the previous testimony, that's that category. And then the last category is that new anti-Semitism. We describe that category as anti-Semitism in relation to Israel, Israelis, or Zionists. And I don't want to get out of order here, but if I could take you to 161 for a second, just to clarify that. There's a little table in 161. I'll just find it myself. Yeah, there's a little table on 161 that shows within that Israel, Israeli, Zionist anti-Semitism category, we looked at what percent of that falls within what we call our category 4.4. And category 4.4 says that the language refers to Israel, Zionists, or Israelis, but the reason it's anti-Semitic is it's actually using that traditional anti-Semitism. So instead of saying Jews control the banks, it's saying Zionists control the banks. And you can see that content is up in the 70s over, those are different samples, different time periods. And it's pretty consistent that the vast majority of this new anti-Semitism category is actually just old anti-Semitism, but instead of talking about Jews, it's been coded to talk about Zionists, Israelis, or Israel.
Okay, we'll come back to some of the outcomes of your report in a moment. But just to go back to understand the methodology, the Institute has a list of search terms that it considers will identify anti-Semitic content.
Yes.
That's not published on your website?
It's not. We've given a couple of examples in the written evidence.
Yep.
So we started with the word holohoax, for example, which is a Holocaust denial term. Another one, we update the list. So one that's emerged fairly recently is this phrase, kiss the wall. which is a reference to the Western Wall, the Kotel, and particularly photographs of politicians when they visit Israel. They go and visit, this very religious historic site, and often people, when they visit the Western Wall, they kiss the wall. Usually Jewish people, but there's always pictures of politicians when they're visiting going and doing this. And this is used as an anti-Semitic trope to say, oh, look, they went to Israel, they kissed the wall, therefore they're controlled by the Jews. So this is, kiss the wall as a phrase is something we can use as an entry point.
Yeah. So that list of search terms is taken by an analyst and entered into a standard web browser?
Yes, so they pick a search term to see if they get what they need.
Yes.
They put it into a web browser, they limit the results. So if they're doing monitoring on, for example, let's say YouTube, they'll put it into the search engine. They would say, only show me results that come from YouTube. They might say, only show me results that are new in the last month. And they'll find one search result there to use as their entry point for the rest of their hour of work on YouTube.
Yes. And that hour of work or hour of analysis, what does that involve the analyst doing?
Yep. So I don't know if you want to, there's a diagram of it.
I was going to
Yep.
I was going to bring that up.
Through it and then explain it.
If you find it, as indeed I found it useful, we might actually try and bring that up if the operator wouldn't mind. It's page 51. You need the page _ 0050.
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind just magnifying the image at the top of the page.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's perfect. So, okay. Dr. Oboler, can you explain? This represents what the analyst does in the hour on a particular social media platform.
Correct. So we've just discussed number one in the far left there, that they do a search, they find an item.
Yeah.
Once they found that item, they capture the item. That's what I was referring to before. They take a screen capture of it, so we have an image of exactly what was there. If it's a video, they also actually download the video and we store those as well. They fill in a form that says this is the URL where the item came from, the web address. This is the item, this is the user who posted it, would have the user's address as well. The system automatically logs the date and time, and then they fill in almost like a survey form that says these are our 27 categories of anti-Semitism. Those categories are derived from those two IRA definitions that we mentioned before. That list was created by the Australian experts to IRA at an IRA meeting some years ago and shared for feedback from the other experts from other countries. An item can be in one or more of those 27 categories. So it's quite possible for it to be in 3 or 4. Once they filled in the form, they then report the item to the platform itself, just the same as anybody else could do. Then they start going through any comments on the item. If a comment is an item of hate, they go back to that second step. They take the screen capture of it, they fill in the form, they tick the boxes for categories it's in. They work their way through all of those comments, or at least as many as they can get to until the hour ends. If they get through all the comments, they then look at the people that commented, or that liked it, or that shared it, and they go and jump across to their profiles. And they see, okay, what have they been posting? Have they posted within a few seconds of looking at it, have they posted something anti-Semitic? If they have, they capture that item and they start going through the comments again, and the process repeats up until the hour ends. Then they finish the item they're on, and either they're done for the day or they would move on to the next platform. So we have, in the evidence here, we talk about 10 platforms. We're actually monitoring 11 now, but the last one only for the last few months, so we don't have the longitudinal data yet. Once they've done all 10 platforms for 1 hour, then the process would repeat, going through, the whole thing again.
If you strike a rich vein of anti-Semitism, why stop at the hour if you're finding more hate speech?
Yeah, because we want to be able to compare, so we know that if we did hit a rich vein of anti-Semitism and we got, let's say, twice what we would usually get on Facebook, and then we look at Instagram and we find a lower rate, then we can comparatively tell that the environment was more anti-Semitic on Facebook than on Instagram. Now, over the period of a month, which is our sample period, some of the earlier periods were longer, over the period of a month, we get 8 samples on each platform, which means if we happen to hit a rich vein, that's only going to be 1 out of 8. So we have to be hitting it consistently in order to make a real change in the data.
So at the end of any particular month of your monitoring, you say you have, at that point, 80 hours of data a month across the 10 platforms, now 11.
Yes, so 88 across the 11 platforms, but for the purposes of the analysis here, we're only looking at 80 hours and 10 platforms.
And you've referred a couple of times to the value of what you've described as the longitudinal approach. Is that a reference to the fact that you've been undertaking this sort of monitoring now for some time, and you can make comparisons across periods?
Yeah, it's a little more than that. It's that second part about being able to make comparisons. Yep. Although some of the monitoring periods were larger than others, the way we present the results is we always reduce it to how much would we have sort of on an hourly basis, but what we actually publish is for 8 hours. So we say that's 1 working day. So in 1 day, we would get this much content. So, for example, immediately after October 7, we had a period that went a little bit longer, and we gathered 16 hours worth of data. So if we divide that by 2, it gives us the same rate as we'd have, for example, last month.
And how long has the Institute been taking this particular, or applying this particular methodology?
Yeah, so the methodology evolves over time. One of the challenges, I was one of the other positions that's in my CV. I used to be a co-chair for the Global Forum to Combat Antisemitism, which was something set up by the Israeli government with experts from around the world chairing it. And I co-chaired the working group on internet and media anti-Semitism from 2009. And one of the first things we did was we came up with what are the grand challenges to address this problem. And one of the challenges was metrics. How do we measure it? So our early work, we were working out just what do we measure, how do we measure it? People used to count websites. And if you say, well, this neo-Nazi site is one website, Facebook is a second website, and left it at that level of granularity, it wouldn't really help us. So our methodology has got better and better over time. This current approach we've just discussed, anti-Semitism rose as a result of COVID, and that was something we've got other reports on. We undertook a project commissioned by ECAJ and funded by them in order to do a couple of years' worth of monitoring. And it took us some time to get the project up and running. That first year of monitoring finished on the 30th of September 2023. So we had a year's worth of monitoring that happened to stop a week before October 7. So that gave us our pre-existing level. The second year followed after that. We intensified the monitoring in the first few months after October 7, but we continued monitoring for the rest of that year as part of that project. Then due to a lack of funding, we had no data for about 8 months. And then the Special Envoy's Office asked us to get a new sample and partially funded that work. So we got a sample June, July 2024. And then since then, from August, we've been doing it every month. Some of that we've had donors, the Door Foundation, for example, has funded and supported some of that data gathering. Other times we've had to pull it out of our reserves just because the funds, there aren't active projects to continue the monitoring. Right now, that monitoring is funded up until the end of July.
The upshot of that is, for about the last 4 or 5 years, you've applied much the same methodology to the identification on this hour-by-hour basis on each platform of anti-Semitic content. Since late 2022. Yes. So it's right, is it, that the hour spent by the analyst is not intended to reflect the way any particular individual user of one of the platforms might experience anti-Semitic content?
Correct. It's a bespoke approach. There is another section in the report that looks at a different methodology and a different approach. This approach is really trying to answer the question of how dense is that anti-Semitism, and therefore are the platforms doing enough to address it. I will add one other thing that isn't in the methodology we've discussed so far. Periodically, when we take this data and produce one of those big reports, what we'll actually do is we will actually share the data back with some of the platforms that we have relationships with. So they will get every item listed that's still online, and they will go through line by line, checking it and coming back to us to say, okay, we've removed X% of them now, we've removed these ones are ones we're not sure about or we decided should remain.
Now, the measure of density that you have said your methodology shows of anti-Semitic content has been analysed by you as to the extent to which it's changed over time since late 2022, and your report includes some summaries of your assessment of that. I might ask. I might ask first you to address the graph that appears just after paragraph, or in paragraph 133. That's on page _0057. If that could be brought up, please. And could we magnify the graph in the same way? So just to explain the axes, Dr. Oboler, the vertical axis is items per 80 hours, so that's 8 hours per platform times 10 platforms?
Correct.
And so that's
just the aggregate of the total sample that was collected in that sample period.
Yeah. And so the graph allows for between 0 and 2,000 items per month.
So far, if it gets worse, we will change the scale.
Yes, so far. And then in terms of the chronological scope of this analysis, it's from November 22 to March 26.
Correct.
And what you've identified, what if you could address the change over time in the levels of anti-Semitism according to this methodology?
Yeah, so the first thing we can see is the very far left part of the graph. That is showing the level from that year before October 7. And that was already, the reason that project was put in place is because that was already considered to be well above normal and of, deep concern because of what was happening due to COVID. It's not, what I'd regard as a normal level where we would expect it to be. However, that is the baseline we have. What we can see is after October 7, so this is a sample from November until the end of January, there's a sharp rise. So it's about a 5-fold increase in the level of anti-Semitism spread across the platforms.
From what you have said, you regard as already a high base.
From what was already an elevated base above normal.
Yeah.
And then what we saw was, we monitored that for those 3 months. Then we have the rest of that monitoring period, the rest of that year. And what we can see from February 24 to September 2024 is that it dropped back a bit from, that high, but it didn't drop back to where it was before October 7. After that, what we saw was a steady increase. And that's gone all the way up until the ceasefire in Gaza, and it took a little bit of time after the ceasefire before things started going down again. And then we can see, I don't know if you can see, but it was creeping up slowly in the months after that decrease. And then with the build-up to war with Iran and the war with Iran, suddenly there was another peak, and then it's dropped back a little bit in March. And we do have the data for April, but it wasn't, or still hasn't been analysed yet.
Yeah. Thank you. And then you have also undertaken a comparison of data by platform before and after October 7, 2023, just to make good that point. So on the following page, the operator could bring up _0058, please, and magnify the top graph on that page. So NDCR is the nominal daily collection rate.
Correct. So that is that 8-hour level. So it's the hourly rate multiplied by 8.
Right. So this then breaks it down, obviously, by platform, and you've identified there the list on the left of the 10 platforms involved in this data analysis.
Yeah, and I will just point out the reason there's no blue graph for LinkedIn is not because there was no anti-Semitism. It's because we only started measuring it after October 7, when we started organically seeing anti-Semitism on it. And before we thought this is a professional platform, there won't be a problem there, we don't need to spend resources on it. Suddenly we started seeing anti-Semitism on it, so we said, okay, we better put it in the mix.
Okay, and then the contrast between the blue and red lines is pretty clear, but how would you explain that?
So this is the same as comparing the first two pillars on the previous graph, only it's disaggregated by platform, because what we found was that both the level of anti-Semitism and the rate of increase were different platform by platform. So what we're seeing here, the platform that had the most anti-Semitism, that contributed the most to that aggregated data, was Gab, which is a far-right platform. It's a platform that a lot of people, for example, went to after the insurrection in the US. So people were kicked off Facebook and Twitter, and they went looking for somewhere else to go. They ended up there. Gab is a platform that the founder posts stuff that's very Christian identity, which is a form of anti-Semitism. But also there's open neo-Nazi, National Socialist, very, the Nazis couldn't theme it more Nazi-like than these people are doing on Gab. So that's Gab. The next highest one was Twitter. Twitter's actually got one of the lowest increases, or a lower increase than some others, but that's because it was already the most prevalent platform for anti-Semitism to start with. So it grew a lot, but off a much higher base. And I would suggest that where Gab is at the moment, at that sort of 200, a little over 200 items, you're probably hitting near full saturation. So, as we say, we gather the data in 1 hour. There is a physical limit on how much data you can actually process in an hour. And I would say Gab is probably approaching that limit in this sample. And then you can see the other platforms with various levels of increase. But Gab, Telegram, and BitChute's like YouTube, but used a lot more by, I'd say, the far right, but also by others that are, promoting a more freedom of speech. We don't want any restrictions, etc. So those platforms really, I would say, is where the far right are. There may be other people there too, but it's where the far right lives online. And Twitter or X was really behaving very much like the far right platforms. And that's partly, again, the platform was taking an attitude of we want to be a bastion of free speech, and we're going to tone down our protections for safety.
And of course, the overall view that the graph demonstrates is this, right? Is a
huge increase.
Is a dramatic increase in every single case on every single platform before and after October 7, 2023, in terms of online anti-Semitism.
Yeah, and again, if I reiterate Andrew Markus there, what we're looking at is patterns, and the pattern here is consistent across all the platforms. It's showing a rise in anti-Semitism, not just in aggregate, but it doesn't matter where you look, there was a rise.
Thank you. Can I take you forward in the statement to paragraph 147? I just wanted to address the graph that you have in paragraph 150, but just to be clear about it, is that a representation of the data that comes from the project that you refer to in paragraph 147, or is that something else?
Yeah, no, that is. It is a subset of that data in 150.
Okay.
It's the subset based on users who we identified as being Australian.
So, to take you back to 147, this particular project, it was called the Public Squares Project?
Yeah.
And it involved...
Well, it's what we called it internally.
I see. And it involved 13 selected social media posts from Australian politicians, is that right?
Australian politicians and Australian media.
And then they were examined for the reactions and comments to those posts.
Correct. We weren't looking at the posts themselves, and unlike our previous work where the first item was anti-Semitic, just to give one of the examples here was the Prime Minister's Passover greeting to the Jewish community. So it was something, all of these articles or posts were related to the Jewish community or the Middle East, or, right, they're relevant, highly relevant and of interest to the Jewish community. And what we then did was we looked at the reactions, which this data is mostly from Facebook, but also a little bit from LinkedIn and from Twitter, from X.
So just to be clear, unlike the previous methodology, you started here with source posts that were not anti-Semitic, they were
correct
political or media statements,
correct.
And then your analysts looked at the reactions and comments to that.
Correct. What we were trying to do was the premise here was that we wanted to know what was the experience of Jewish Australians in social media. So one way to do that, other than the sort of surveying type approaches, we wanted to work with hard data. So what we did was we said, okay, what are the posts that create spaces where the Australian public discuss and engage and that sort of political discussion, etc., takes place? And the places where that happens are places where there's a lot of commenting and engagement, and they're usually on authoritative sources. So a lot of our data came from posts by the Prime Minister, posts by mainstream media organisations, and then we went through how the public responded to that. And it's the public rather than the poster of the original content that we're really looking at.
Yes, and the 1 hour time period was not involved in this analysis?
We tried. Originally, we wanted to take a sample, and what we found was that we couldn't get a representative sample of the comments if we limited it. So instead, what we did was we said, okay, we're going to examine every single comment that has been posted on each of these posts, and some of them had thousands of responses. So our analysts had to read and assess every single one of those comments. So they went until they ran out of comments.
And again, the analysts were working from the Institute's standard definitions, from the Holocaust working definition and the anti-Semitism working definition.
Correct, and that's what we actually see in 151. In fact, it might be useful, the definitions are in here somewhere. I think it's in an appendix. Well, not the definitions in the appendix 2, but the category list.
Well, I was going to take you first to the graph, paragraph 150.
Yep.
So I'll come back to the categories. It's _0065. that could be brought up, please, and the magnification of the top graph on the page.
Yeah, so where I was going to go with that is our 27 categories are really subcategories of 4 main types.
Yes.
And what you're seeing here are the 4 main types.
Yes. So the text of this paragraph 150 refers to 2,572 anti-Semitic comments known to be from Australian users or posters.
Correct.
So
well, that we think are from, based on either their profile said that they were Australian, or they were posting things about Aussie rules football, or whatever it was. There was indicators from their engagement that said this looks like an Australian user.
Right. And this is in respect of 13 social media posts.
Correct.
And did that number surprise you?
It's high, but I would say the way I would look at it is not that number. It's the table. If we go back to 149.
Yes.
If we just scroll the previous page, if we bring up the table.
So that's 0064.
Yeah. So this is the data, and I would say really what we're looking at is in total, we found 3,461 items of anti-Semitic comments. While we were able to say that about 2,572 of them we believe are Australian, there's another 644 that there was just no indication of where they're from, and would expect, given its posts on the Australian Prime Minister's things, and given the other 2 columns, we'd expect roughly 70% of those would be also Australian. So the actual Australian content is even higher. We've just eliminated the ones we weren't sure about. But yeah, those numbers are high, and it's a very large part of the total discussion.
Yes.
And this is not discussion initiated by someone anti-Semitic to attract other anti-Semites, right? This is literally the public square where everyday Australians are engaging in discussion, and on these particular posts, they're also posts that are highly likely to be seen and shared by the Jewish community. So a high level of anti-Semitism on these posts is likely to have a disproportionate impact on the Jewish community.
You've indicated in your report that of those 13 studied articles or social media posts, the total number of comments of all of them was 25,914.
Yeah, of which 13.4% were anti-Semitic. So that's the average, but I forget where it is in here, but we also noticed that there was a high degree of variance. Some posts that we looked at had the level of anti-Semitism was 40% plus. So you're talking it's almost as dense as some of the anti-Semitic spaces.
Yes, and then if we can go back to the former page 0065, please. Thank you. You've then broken down those 2,500 anti-Semitic comments known to be Australian users into those 4 categories that you mentioned a little earlier in your
correct
evidence as to the character of the anti-Semitism.
Correct, and if you add up all those numbers, they'll add up to more than the number shown, because some of those items may be in more than one category.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but it shows the relative distribution of the
No, it's showing the actual number that are in each category, but some items will be double counted, once in, for example, traditional and once in Holocaust. If it was something that said, for example, or let's say Holocaust, violence and traditional, if it was a post that said the Holocaust is a lie and we should kill the Jews because they control the banks, right, you've hit all 3. Yeah. So it'll be one data point in each of them.
So could you explain again what traditional anti-Semitism in this methodology describes?
So the easiest way to understand the traditional anti-Semitism is it's the stuff that isn't the others. But generally speaking, it does align with what Professor Markus was talking about of that Judeophobic content. But it also includes, the stuff related to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, all the conspiracy theories. So maybe it's better if I start with the others. The Holocaust one is really looking at Holocaust denial, distortion, minimization, etc. It doesn't include the inversion that we discussed earlier, because that's in category 4 in the Israel and Zionist one.
You're referring there to what you described as the Holocaust inversion form of anti-Semitism?
Yes, so that form of anti-Semitism is Jews. Jews are the new Nazis, or Israel is the new Nazi state, etc. It's one of the examples in the IRA definition, but because it relates to Israel, it goes in category 4 in the blue section in the Israel Zionist one. Whereas, for example, if one was to say that, and we have examples of this, some vegetarian activists say that there's a Holocaust against animals to kill them for meat, right? That's still regarded as a problem because it minimises people's understanding of the actual Holocaust. So that's a form of Holocaust relativisation, even though they mean it quite seriously and are, So that's the Holocaust category. The violence category, we have a number of different subcategories there, but it's basically content that is inciting violence, glorifying violence, whether it's against individuals or a particular target, or whether it's just all the Jews should be killed. That's the violence category. The Israel / Zionist category there, that's the new anti-Semitism. That is literally anything that refers to Israel, Israelis, or Zionists goes in that category. Okay, so for it not to be in that category, it needs to make no mention of any of those three. And then within that category, there's specific subcategories. Criticism of Israel would not fall within that. But if one, for example, says, Israel is a horrible state, I disagree with what they're doing, and because of that, we should attack the local synagogue. Okay, that does fall within that, because that becomes anti-Semitic because it's no longer just criticism. So again, I'd qualify something that was said earlier. Anti-Zionism and criticism of Israel, can be anti-Semitic. There are forms of it that are not anti-Semitic, but there are forms of it that are anti-Semitic. It depends on exactly what's said, what the context is. And particularly when you couple it with something that would be anti-Semitic on its own, it doesn't, it doesn't get rid of the anti-Semitism.
So the numbers that are reflected in that fourth column, described as Israel / Zionist, that includes only that part of criticism of Israel or Zionists that your analysts have applied the IRA definition to assess as anti-Semitic in quality. Is that right?
I'd say not really, because some of it it's not really criticism. I mean, if it literally says we should kill all the Israelis, that's not a criticism, but it would fall within that category.
I see.
So it's any mention of it. So criticism that crosses the line, yes, would be included in that, but I would say that's probably, quite minimal. What we're really looking at is where it's being used as a code word, and where, I gave the example before, if you say Zionists control the Australian government, Zionists control the banks, Zionists control the media, that is traditional anti-Semitism, but because we're talking about Zionists, we put it in that last category. And the vast majority of that category is actually just traditional anti-Semitism, but being coded to talk about Zionists or Israel rather than Jews. And because we have the detailed data, we can actually break it down on exactly how much of it that is.
See, and then you've also included a table. I don't think it's necessary to bring it up, but in the next paragraph, you set out the results of the particular subcategories of each of those broad four categories that the comments reflect.
Yes. So if I might, I think. I thought maybe we were going to bring it up. What I was going to say. Oh, there we go. So what I was going to say is the way we decide that something belongs in, let's say, the traditional category. Traditional category is our category 3. So all of those subcategories, 3.1, 3.2, etc., all of those are subcategories of 3. And we say if something is in one or more subcategories of 3, and it doesn't matter how many, that it counts as one item in category 3.
Yes.
So that's how we derive the previous graph, is from this more detailed data.
And your report describes what the subcategories are in terms of the type of anti-Semitism that you
correct,
assessed.
and each of those subcategories, with the exception of 1.7, each of those subcategories are directly matched to a part of the text in one of those two IRA working definitions. So we can actually take an example and say this was coded into category, 3.1, and then we can go back and say, and therefore it's within the IRA definition in this part of the text. The one that doesn't come from the IRA definitions is 1.7, which is Holocaust jokes, and it could be coded into some of the existing categories, but we had a particular problem with social media that they were saying humour was an exception, and this wasn't just a problem with Holocaust stuff. They were claiming rape jokes were acceptable, and they eventually changed their position on that. But because humour was being seen as a, get out of jail free card, we needed to have a category to be able to pull out that subset of data.
Thank you.
The IRA definition makes clear that the examples might constitute anti-Semitism in taking into account the overall context.
Yes.
Do your analysts attempt to take into account the overall context, or is that too difficult with material of this kind?
What we try and do is we make the judgment based on the item that we actually store. So we have an image of the item that gives us a context. If from that image there isn't enough context to make a decision, normally in the routine monitoring we don't include it. In this particular one we did include it because we looked at every comment. So, for example, if someone said all the Jews should be killed and the comment below it says I agree, then we've coded that second I agree as well, because by itself it's meaningless. I agree to what? In the given context we know what it means, and therefore we're able to capture it. But that's only in this public squares project. We can't do that in the routine monitoring. We take each item by itself.
Thanks. So then, on the next page of your report, you have extracted, of your statement, you've extracted the conclusions that you draw from the report. Could I ask you just to address a couple of those? So the first paragraph you've quoted there is to show that your assessment was that the dominant narrative of the anti-Semitic comments in respect of these 13 Australian government and media posts is subcategory 3.5, which you say refers to the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory promoting the idea of Jews controlling government or societal institutions.
Yes. So again, this is one of the IRA examples, and this is, extremely high. I would say it's also extremely high because so much of the sample came from the Prime Minister's page, and a lot of it was about the government's response to anti-Semitism, and people have reacted to that by saying, well, they're only addressing anti-Semitism because the Jews control the government, which is a very classic anti-Semitic trope. It comes from the protocols, but it goes back even further.
And you observe that the other very common response in terms of the number of anti-Semitic comments is your category 4.6, which is holding Jews collectively responsible for Israel's actions.
Yes, and I was looking at an Australian Facebook page before coming in this morning, and the narrative that was there is, well, anti-Semitism is up because of the situation in the Middle East, and it's the Jews' fault, because if they just said Israel should disband itself and go away, then there wouldn't be any anti-Semitism, which is really not the right way to think about this. The issue is the people that are saying it's okay to attack Jews as a way of expressing our disagreement with Israel or our disapproval or whatever. Those people are out of line. You can't attack a synagogue because that's your demonstration of, that's your criticism, your demonstration of your position. And that's sort of being lost at the moment. And this data really shows that people were really failing to make that distinction. And part of that is because there's been a lot of advocacy which tries to say, for example, anti-Zionism isn't anti-Semitism. Again, context counts, right? Anti-Zionism that says, let's all be anti-Zionist and go and kill the Jews is anti-Semitic, right? It's not just anti-Zionist, right? So this is the problem. That narrative people have been taking to its nth degree to say that if we're doing it because we're against Zionism, then we can do what we like and there's no limits.
Can I then take you forward in your report, moving on from that public squares project, but to ask you to address a graph that appears after paragraph 160, and it's on page _0077. And this is some of your data analysed in respect of the period September 2025 through to March 2026, just a couple of months ago. If that graph could be magnified on the screen, please. So can you describe, evidently this addresses anti-Semitism by major type across all social media platforms that you examine.
This is the aggregate, but instead of just showing three pillars like we saw before, it's now disaggregating it by time. So it's looking at how the aggregate for each of these four major categories has changed over time. And there are changes, there are variances, but generally the pattern is pretty consistent.
So do you take anything from this month by month variation?
Yeah, I'm particularly concerned with category 2. We saw a high level of glorification and justification of violence after October 7, people justifying Hamas's actions. The last few months, we're starting to see a rise again. So September 2025, we had a high point there. It was even higher after October 7, which is not in this sample. It dipped, but now that violence category is going up again. And that obviously poses the largest sort of safety risk. Holocaust denial also growing again. The traditional anti-Semitism, it was growing and shrunk a little bit in the last sample. We need to wait for the April data to see where it's going. There's really two factors to remember when looking at any of this data. One is that the data reflects what the public are doing, right? Particularly for this data, what people are engaging in anti-Semitic discourse are doing. The other thing it reflects is what the platforms are doing in order to respond. So if the platforms respond saying, we're going to take away all the content that is promoting this particular narrative, you'll see a drop because it just won't be there when our analysts go looking for it. This shows that pattern, and then when we break it down further by an individual platform, sometimes we can see very sharp changes on one platform when a switch has been flipped and something that was being permitted is no longer being permitted, or the opposite. And if it's large enough, it will actually also show up in the aggregate data.
Thanks, Dr. Oboler. I don't have any further Commission questions for you today. The Commission does propose to invite you back at a future hearing block where we will be examining anti-Semitism online and in social media. But thank you for your attendance today.
Yes, indeed. Ms Hillman, I propose to defer any questioning you might have until the next occasion when Dr. Oboler is present. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Oboler.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to ask you, Commissioner, to start your lunch break early.
I can cope with that. And what's more, we're going to take an hour and 5 minutes. I'll do until 2 p.m. Yes, Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness that we'll be hearing from is Shirley Leader.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Do take a seat.
Could you please state your full name?
Shirley Leader.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You are the Vice President and also the Chair of the Resources Committee at the National Council of Jewish Women of Australia.
I am.
You've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 8th of May 2026.
I have.
And you've identified one clarification that you wish to make to that statement. Currently at paragraph 81 of your statement, you've said the following themes emerge from the open-ended responses. And is it the case that the correction that you'd seek to make is that that line should instead say the following themes emerge from both the open-ended and the closed-ended responses?
Yes.
And with that correction, is your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender the statement of Ms Leader. It has doc ID stat.899.0057.0002_R.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.117.
And Commissioner, there are a series of attachments to that statement that I'd also seek to tender, and I'll read their doc IDs in turn. Attachment A, stat.899.0057.0003. Attachment B, stat.899.0057.0017. Attachment C, stat.899.0057.0004. Attachment D, stat.899.0057.0005. Attachment H, stat.899.0057.0009. Attachment M, stat.899.0057.0014. Attachment N, stat.899.0057.0018. And finally, attachment O, stat.899.0057.0015.
Yes, well, in the order in which you announced them, Ms Phillips, they will be Exhibits 1.118 to 1.125.
Thank you, Commissioner. The National Council for Jewish Women is the peak representative body for Jewish women in Australia, is that right?
It is.
It focuses on human rights, social justice and the advancement of all women, is that correct?
It is.
And it has a particular mission to represent, empower and advocate on behalf of Jewish women, is that right?
It is.
We heard about some of the work that the National Council does with Jewish women across the country in the evidence that the Royal Commission received last week from Linda Ben Menashe. She touched on in her evidence, and you've described in some more detail in your own statement, a national survey that the National Council for Jewish Women conducted to document the lived experience of Jewish women across the country. Is that right?
Yes.
And you worked on that survey over the course of 2025 and early 2026 as part of your involvement with the National Council.
I did.
I want to ask you in particular today about the method that was used for administering the survey to Jewish women and also the results that were obtained in relation to that survey. In terms of timing, is it the case that the board of the National Council made a decision to administer a survey to a collection of Jewish women in around July of 2025?
That's right.
And was that at around the time that Ms. Ben Menashe gave her evidence to a New South Wales parliamentary inquiry into anti-Semitism?
It coincided with that, yes.
And is it the case that the decision to carry out the survey was driven by the board of the National Council wanting to gain deeper and wider insights into what women within the Jewish community were at that time feeling and experiencing.
Yes, if I can explain that a little more. We're a grassroots organisation. We have no agenda other than to represent the women who engage with us. So as a regular practice, we seek to listen to them, to understand what they're experiencing, what they're observing, so that we can represent them and amplify their voices. So in this case, we had heard that certainly in the previous 12 months, that Jewish women were increasingly experiencing and observing attacks on their identity in their everyday lives, and we wanted to know more about these.
And at the time that a decision was made to conduct the survey, is it the case that the council wasn't looking necessarily to obtain a statistical measure of women's experiences at a population level? Is that right?
Absolutely. We were doing it to inform our own work. So, as I've said, to represent the voices and amplify them.
And you've referred in your witness statement to the National Council at about the time that it had decided to conduct this survey, having also been approached by the Office of the Australian Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. And was there a suggestion that the survey that was going to be conducted might also elicit some lived experiences of Australian Jewish women that might inform the Special Envoy's ongoing work? In terms of the design of the survey, you've referred to it having a dual purpose in your statement. Can I ask you to expand on what those dual purposes were?
Yes. So primarily to inform our own work as the NCJWA, but then also to assist the Office of the FSSA with illustrating their handbook on the IRA definition with with lived experience examples.
And in terms of your role personally and the National Council's intention in terms of conducting the survey, this was essentially about collecting lived experiences from Australian Jewish women, is that right?
That's right.
And you weren't seeking to examine for your own organisation's purposes how it is that the stories or the experiences that were collected from the survey respondents might feed into the IRA definition or its examples?
No, that wasn't our specific purpose.
Now, the survey that you ultimately disseminated and conducted was done in 2 stages, and I'll ask you to comment in a little bit about the 2 stages of timing, but just picking up with the first stage of the survey, and you've described this from about paragraph 31 of your statement. Is it right that the survey period for that first stage ran from the 9th of July 2025 to the 30th of August 2025?
That's correct.
And how was the survey advertised or notified to prospective respondents?
Okay. The survey was available on the SurveyMonkey platform, and we provided a link to that platform via our own website, social media, so we made a Facebook post, and also through WhatsApp, Jewish community WhatsApp groups that circulate through the community. So there were no direct approaches to anybody. We had no email campaign. We had no inducements. People were simply invited, if they so desired, to complete the survey.
And I think you've perhaps referred to the survey also being referred to in the National Council's newsletter at around that time.
That's right.
And no inducements or incentives were offered to prospective respondents to the survey. You said that the survey was administered using the SurveyMonkey software application. Is this a software application that enabled respondents to fill out the survey anonymously?
Yes. So all our respondents were anonymous. We didn't collect any identifying data. We didn't collect names or email addresses, but we did confirm the validity and authenticity of data via an examination of IP addresses, which we understood to provide us with a good indication that they were completed by real people.
And is that indication provided because when the IP addresses are recorded by the SurveyMonkey software application, you can see what they are and you can see whether they are distinct IP addresses as opposed to all coming, say, from a single server?
Exactly.
The first survey that was conducted in that period between July and August of 2025 had 152 respondents, is that right?
That's right.
And can I take you to the survey questions for that survey? They are at Annexure N to your statement, which has been marked Exhibit 1.124.
I have it.
And just for the record, it's stat.899.0057.018. It says NCJWA Survey of Australian Jewish Women's Lived Experiences of Anti-Semitism, July to August 2025. And do I take it the document that we are looking at, this is the document that survey respondents would have seen had they followed the link to the SurveyMonkey platform?
That's right. All we've done is print out, for the purposes of this commission, a PDF version of what they would have seen online.
And the early questions in the survey include one where respondents are asked to give their permission or decline it in terms of whether their answers can be anonymously shared, is that right?
That's right.
And then the questions inquire into certain demographic information like age group, stage of life, working, university student, etc., and the state or territory in Australia that the respondent lives in.
Yes.
And there are also a question about respondents' family backgrounds in terms of where their parents or grandparents came from.
That's right.
And then question 6 in this first stage survey asked, have you or any members of your immediate family experienced anti-Semitism in Australia in the last 2 years? And that was a question to which respondents could answer either yes or no, is that right?
That's right.
And can you tell me why the last 2 years was the time period that was selected for that particular question?
The last 2 years was a kind of proxy for since the 7th of October 2023. So we took that as somewhat of a watermark, and we were looking at experiences and observations since that time.
And if I could ask you to turn over to question 7, that question asked, please check any of the following if you or an immediate family member have experienced or encountered them, and then in brackets, seen or heard face-to-face, comma, in media or online, close brackets. And then there are a series of check-the-box responses that are available. And
yes.
I might ask you to read them out in a minute, but before you do, could respondents check more than one of these boxes when answering question 7, or did they need to choose as between them?
This was a multi-response option, so respondents could choose as many of these as they had experienced. These were presented as potential descriptors of their lived experience.
And can I ask you to identify what those options were for respondents in answer to question 7?
Sure. So I'm reading from the questionnaire. Being called a Jew or Zionist in a derogatory manner, being excluded because I'm perceived to be a Jew or a Zionist, tropes about control of media, tropes about worldwide conspiracies, tropes about money, tropes about supposed Jewish appearance, tropes about dual loyalty, comparisons with Nazis, Holocaust denial, minimization or inversion, claims that the Jewish state has no right to exist, accusations that Jews, Zionists or Israelis are genocidal, calls for the murder of Jewish people, claims that October the 7th did not happen, or if it did, it was justified, criticism or blame for the actions of Israel and or the IDF, anti-Semitic symbols, none of the above, and other.
And the other was an open field text box so that respondents could specify
Yes.
what that other experience
Yes.
involved. Then question 8 asked respondents this: if you've experienced or encountered any of the above, please describe if and how it has impacted your life. This may include how you behave or have changed your behaviours, how you interact with others, the way you think, your feelings about yourself or others, your physical, emotional or psychological well-being, or anything else.
Yes.
Now, the response that was available to that question, was that an what might be called an open-ended response field?
Yes. And if we look at this in hard copy, we see a very small block. But when this can be completed online, people had as much space as they wanted to expand on their responses.
And so it was intended to elicit a narrative response typed into the field directly.
In their own words.
And then question 9 asked if you or an immediate family member has experienced what you would classify as an anti-Semitic incident, please describe it. Please include details of where it happened, what happened, why you would classify it as anti-Semitic, and how it made you feel.
Yes.
Again, that was a question which requested an open-ended narrative response from survey respondents. Is that right?
Yes. And if you look at questions 8 and 9, 9 was really the incident, or 7, both 7 and 9 are about incidents, and 8 is about the impact and the effect of those incidents on the lives and feelings of Jewish women and their families.
And then the last two questions, question 10 and 11, were also open-ended questions. Is that right?
That's right.
Question 10 asked, what would you describe as the impacts of recent anti-Semitism on the Australian Jewish community as a whole? That's correct.
That's right.
And 11 asked, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Correct.
Then is it the case that you, together with others who were working on the survey at the National Council, did some work to pull together the responses that were received to this survey? I think you mentioned 152 survey responses.
We had 152 responses to this phase of the survey, and yes, we analysed both the closed-ended responses, so the yes-no, the age group, demographics, and then an analysis of the open-ended responses. We provided the FSSA with the illustration of the IHRA definitions using the expertise of 2 postgraduate data science students working in Queensland who did the analysis of the data against the FSSA, against the IHRA responses.
And what that analysis by them involved was really trying to allocate the verbatim narrative responses that women had provided to some of those open-ended questions into particular subtopics. Is
Yes.
that right? And by December 2025, you've referred to having prepared a draft report outlining some of the themes that you had distilled from the data provided in response to that first
Yes.
survey phase. Is that right? And that draft report you've included as attachment M to your statement.
That's right.
I won't ask you to go to that draft report at this stage, but can you tell me what broadly emerged from the survey responses that had been provided to the survey administered in July and August of 2025 and that you had reviewed and compiled by about December 2025?
I can. We found that more than 1 in 2 Jewish Australian women felt unsafe. We found that 2 in 5 were taking steps to actively hide their Jewish identity in order to protect themselves and their families. We also found that they were taking on a role as kind of, they told us, as being truth tellers, as pushing back against ideological narratives, and instead insisting on facts and history to make their positions understood.
And you've said in your statement that following the attack in Bondi on the 14th of December 2025, you made a decision not to release the results of the 2025, or July and August 2025 survey. What did you decide to do instead?
Our community was reeling after the Bondi attack, and as an organisation we went into a crisis management role, but some 10 days after we relaunched the survey, we added one question which explored how Jewish women were feeling following the Bondi attack.
And so you released the survey for responses to populate a further time, and was that on the 24th of December 2025?
That's right. We opened the survey again on the SurveyMonkey platform with the slight adjustment to questions to include one following Bondi. We broadcast the existence of the survey on our social media and in our newsletter, and again it was circulated via WhatsApp groups. So very much the same kind of methodology was used to inform our community of the existence of the survey.
And you've mentioned there was a slight change to the questions for the second survey. Can I confirm with you that the questions that were used for the second survey phase are those that are at attachment O to your witness statement, which has been marked Exhibit 1.125?
That's correct.
And one sees the difference because on the covering page of that second survey phase, it makes explicit reference to the attack at Bondi.
Yes.
And can I just confirm with you that at paragraph 51 of your witness statement, that the table that you've included there, is that table intended to show the similarities or the identity and also the differences between the questions in the first survey phase in July of 2025 and then the second survey phase that opened in December of 2025?
That's its intention.
And so there were some minor differences in the phrasing of the open-ended questions in 8 and 9 from the first survey to the second survey. Is that right?
That's it.
And also, as you've said, the addition of the question asking about feelings since Bondi.
That's right.
But the close-ended questions asking about experiences of anti-Semitism in the last 2 years and seeking identification of the particular nature of the experiences, those questions and the options that were given to respond to them, that remained the same across the two phases?
That remained the same.
How many people responded to the second survey phase?
We received more than 3 times the number of responses to our second survey, so we received 571 responses.
Could it be 517, perhaps?
Possibly.
Okay,
517.
we can check that. And the process, so the use of the SurveyMonkey and the linking to it, that was done in the same manner as it was for the first survey phase, is that right?
Yes, correct. And I would like to correct, that was 517 responses because the total, when we merged the two surveys, was 668 responses.
And the second survey period, you've said that commenced on Christmas Eve, the 24th of December of 2025, and that ran until the 12th of February of this year.
That's correct.
And you've just said a moment ago that you merged the responses from the two surveys. Can you explain how you went about doing that?
SurveyMonkey didn't have the capacity to merge the surveys using its own software. So we had to do that ourselves, which meant downloading the analysis from the SurveyMonkey platform, analysing the data using Excel spreadsheets, and then using the open-ended responses, determining ourselves thematic categories so that the responses could be coded, made sense of in that way.
And just so that I confirm that we understand the content of the respective attachments that you've included with your statement, you've summarised some of what these are on the first page of your statement. Attachment B, that's the raw SurveyMonkey data from the first phase of the survey, is that right?
That's right.
And attachment C, that's the equivalent SurveyMonkey survey data, but from the second phase of the survey.
That's correct.
And then you've described attachment D as the merged survey data and graphs. So is that putting the underlying data from B and C really together in the one spreadsheet?
That's right.
And attachment H that you've described there as verbatims by category. Can you explain the process of taking what you've described as verbatims and putting them into categories?
Yep. We were very clear that we wanted to distinguish between affective responses to what had happened to women and the actual experiences themselves. So the first thing we did was to manually go through the open-ended responses and extract all those responses which told us that women had experienced in real life, so not online, actual physical violence or verbal abuse. Because we understood also from the first survey that women had made significant adjustments to their lives to cope with the changes in their lives, we also saw it important to look for where women had had to make significant behavioural or lifestyle changes to cope with the changes that were presenting in their actual lives. And so those were the first two extractions that we did. We then also looked at the domains of everyday life where anti-Semitism was occurring. So where was it that women were experiencing attacks on their person or on their identities? And we found that really there is no area of life that has not been affected by anti-Semitism. So we found that women saw attacks on them and their families at daycares. So we know about a daycare that was firebombed. We also have people who expressed hesitancy about writing their child's religion in their daycare application. We know that anti-Semitism was widespread at schools and at universities. We also saw many experiences described of anti-Semitism at work, in social settings, including loss of relationships, including intimate relationships. We saw anti-Semitism online, and we saw anti-Semitism in the home.
And so there was a process that was undertaken to really aggregate the survey data, the SurveyMonkey data on the binary or the closed-ended responses, and a more qualitative process that was undertaken to group by topic or area the open-ended responses.
That's correct. So the themes were all according to the open-ended responses. We had no closed-ended responses that would have captured that richness of the data.
And you've prepared a report that
synthesises
the survey responses, is that right?
Yes.
From the two phases that we've been discussing.
Yes.
Is that the report that you've included at attachment A to your statement, research survey of Australian Jewish women's lived experience of anti-Semitism?
That's right.
That's been marked Exhibit 1.118. Might ask you to turn to that report, please. You personally were involved in the drafting of this report?
I was.
Can I ask you to turn to page 2? You'll see in the second paragraph under the heading Introduction, it says, the survey finds that 81% of respondents have experienced anti-Semitism since the 7th of October 2023.
That's correct.
And I just want to ask you about the question in the survey that we looked at earlier that yielded that data point. Was that the question that asked respondents whether they or an immediate family member had experienced anti-Semitism within the last 2 years prior to the completion of the survey?
Yes. So it was a simple yes-no answer that was required.
And so the 81% reflects 81% of the yes responses to that particular question as it appeared over the 2 survey phases.
That's right.
Can I ask you to turn to page 3, please? There is a graph on that page under the heading Permission to Share. So is what we take from this graph that almost all respondents, or 98%, gave permission for their open-ended responses to be shared anonymously?
Yes, and we would have expected that rate because the responses were anonymous. But having said that, where respondents did not agree for their data to be shared, those responses have been redacted from the attachments that have been provided to the Commission.
And the responses that we'll see in a moment, the verbatim responses from women respondents, they're drawn from that 98% of the cohort.
Yes.
And I want to ask you about the demographic of respondents and what that looked like. That's addressed over the course of pages 4, 5 and 6 of the report. Can you tell me about that demographic?
Yes. So the respondents by age group really reflects the demographic of the National Council of Jewish Women of Australia. Most of the women who engage with us are over the age of 35, although interesting, we did have some responses by university students, and we have included their somewhat harrowing testimony in our report. Most of the respondents are full or part-time workers. The majority live in New South Wales and Victoria. We were interested in the ethnic backgrounds of the respondents, given that at NCJWA we do try to represent the diverse voices of the women who we engage with. And this survey showed that 58% of respondents to the survey were survivors or descendants of survivors of the Holocaust or the ethnic cleansing of Jews from the Middle East and North Africa. Additionally, like me, some are the descendants of refugees from the Russian Empire, the Pale of Settlement, and others came from the former Soviet Union in the 20th century, known as the refuseniks.
And just in terms of collecting this information across the 2 survey phases, were you able to check whether there had been any respondents who had responded twice, as it were, once in the first stage and again in the second stage?
That was the usefulness of the IP addresses. So the IP addresses allowed us to check the uniqueness of responses. So to the extent that an IP address tells you the computer or network from which a person responds, we were able to tell that there might have been 2 respondents who responded to both surveys.
another explanation could have been different respondents perhaps utilising the same IP address within
That's
a
right.
household or something
Exactly,
like that.
the household or a place of work.
You just didn't know for those two.
No, and we also issued no instruction telling women that if they'd responded to the first survey, they were precluded from responding to the second.
Now, can I ask you to turn to page 7 of the report? At around the middle of the page, there's a heading that says actual physical violence and or verbal abuse.
Yes.
What was the finding from the survey data about the proportion of respondents who had had that kind of experience?
Okay. Council, can I ask, can we go back just to page 6, because I would like the Commission to know something about the background of the women whom we represent. And if I'm not going to read their verbatim statements, but if I can just give you an indication of the places from which they come, I think it would be, it might be helpful. So we have respondents, and this is not exhaustive, from Germany, from Poland, from Iraq, from Tunisia, from Greece, from Egypt, from Yemen, from Libya, from Hungary, from Romania. We also have women who tell us that they are 3rd, 4th and 5th generation Australian. So we have a diverse group that we represent.
Thank you for that. If you can have a look at page 7 and that heading, actual physical violence and or verbal abuse.
Yes.
Can you tell me the proportion of survey respondents that reported experiencing actual physical violence and or verbal abuse, and how you came to that to that proportionate number?
So this was following the extraction of all the open-ended responses which reflected actual physical violence and or verbal abuse. So we were using qualitative data in a quantitative way. So looking at the quantum of statements that said they had experienced actual physical violence and or verbal abuse. 1/5 or 20% of the responses indicated that to have been the case.
And can I ask you to read out perhaps a selection of some of the accounts that were conveyed in responses to the survey that you've extracted in the report?
Yes, thank you. I'll just pause in between each one so that you know that they are separate responses. My friend was punched in the face simply for discussing Judaism in public. My child at high school experienced violence, including being spat at, punched in the chest, held down, choked, and shouted at. The driver of a car deliberately accelerated as my family was on the crosswalk, hurled anti-Semitic slurs at us, and deliberately aimed the car at our granddaughter in a pram. Our synagogue, that was built by my grandfather post-Holocaust, was burnt down. I was walking along a street and a stranger said to me, "Jew, get off the sidewalk." I've been told that Bondi was a false flag, Mossad, or part of the Jewish lobby controlling the government. A nurse at a Brisbane hospital yelled at me saying, "I don't deserve care." I have been accosted at election booths when volunteering as being part of a Jewish conspiracy and pro-genocide.
The statements that you've just read out from the report, do they reflect the verbatim responses of the survey respondents in the open-ended questions?
They do.
Can I ask you to turn over to page 10 of the report, please? You've included a heading there that says descriptions of the range of experiences of anti-Semitism with verbatims from the survey. And then there are a series of subheadings followed by some bullet points. Just to orient us, the subheadings and they're numbered 1 through to 15. Are they themes into which open-ended responses were grouped by those responsible for analysing the survey data?
That's correct.
And the bullet points that appear beneath each of those numbered subheadings, they are verbatim open-ended responses taken straight from what respondents typed into the field in the survey.
That's right.
I might invite you in turn to read out maybe just 1 or 2 examples of the verbatim responses to some of those numbered topics or themes. Number 1 that you've included there is accusations that Jews, Zionists or Israelis are genocidal. What are some of the responses that were identified as falling within that topic?
So I've indicated that nearly 70% of responses include encounters of this kind. I'll give you 2 examples. I've been told that Zionism is an evil cult that trains Jews in murder. I've been called a liar. All Jews are liars. Told I murder children and drink the blood of babies.
The second topic or subheading says criticism or blame for the actions of Israel and or the IDF. Can you comment on the responses that were seen as falling within that topic?
66%, 2/3 of responses include encounters with this form of anti-Semitism. I'll give you an example. Someone told me I must denounce Israel. October the 7th deserved to happen, and Zionists are the most evil.
The third topic is headed claims that the Jewish state has no right to exist. What did survey respondents indicate in that regard?
Again, this was nearly 60% of respondents. And here we have discussions where people argue that Israel is illegitimate and must be dismantled.
And then topic number 4 is titled claims that October 7 did not happen, or if it did, was justified. What did respondents say in that regard?
So over 50% of respondents had encountered this. And as I'll try to explain to you maybe further on, this was particularly hurtful to Jewish women who were told primarily not only did the attack by Hamas on October the 7th not happen, but that the rapes on October the 7th didn't happen and that Jews were exaggerating. Another person reports being told, we deserved October the 7th. It's something I will never recover from.
The fifth topic that you've included some responses in relation to says being called a Jew or a Zionist in a derogatory manner. What did respondents indicate in respect of that topic?
Respondents indicated that, they were called Zionists in a derogatory way. Examples, Zionists are not welcome here, and I'm told my Jewish identity is a political choice and therefore open to attack.
If I sort of skip down a few topics, item number 8, tropes about worldwide Jewish conspiracies. What did some respondents say in that respect?
Well, this was particularly the case following Bondi, with respondents saying things like, many are already denying what happened in Bondi, say it's Mossad, a false flag, or a psych op as part of the Jewish lobby controlling government.
Other respondents gave answers that referred to comparisons with Nazis, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you want to outline maybe 1 or 2 of those responses?
Very often, comparisons with Nazis takes the form of swastikas being drawn, plastered, displayed, perhaps, in Jewish places. For example, one person talks about attacks on my social media have been pretty horrific, but what really chilled me was when my neighbour emailed me while I was in hospital having just had open heart surgery to let me know that someone had daubed a swastika on my fence post, but that they had removed it.
Item number 14 is headed Tropes about Dual Loyalty. That's perhaps a slightly smaller percentage than some of the other category groupings. You've indicated 22% reflect the incidence of that particular experience or accusation. How did that manifest for survey respondents?
This is often expressed as people being told that they don't have a place in Australia. So while we know that Jewish women themselves feel that they have lost their sense of security in Australia, we also know that they have been told that they don't belong here. So, for example, we have one respondent who said, a now past friend of 48 years had a long discussion with me on why people like me should leave Australia. She said I would have to go to Israel.
In addition to those, perhaps I might call them categories of experience, you've also, as you said earlier, looked at anti-Semitism as it manifested in different domains of women's lives, civic society, etc. You have a heading from page 14 of the report, Anti-Semitism across time and spaces. And the first subheading below that heading says anti-Semitism at daycare, school and university. What were some verbatim responses that stood out to you in that domain?
Okay. I look at one, perhaps the second bullet point. Educators at my university questioned the Holocaust and said that Yad Vashem, which we explain is the Holocaust Museum in Israel, has a pro-Jewish bias and so can't be trusted. We see that as significant because that is suggesting that the anti-Jewish bias exists in the lecture theatre, exists in academia, not simply on the wider campus. Younger children being called dirty Jews, all Jews are monsters, no words an 8-year-old should hear in the schoolyard. My children have experienced Jew hate and jokes about Jews as genocidal, stupid, baby killers, crazy, dirty, money hungry, apes, frogs, evil, ugly, deformed, liars, and that Hitler is good and should have finished the job.
Anti-Semitism at work, how did that manifest for survey respondents in their own words?
I'll give you some examples. I have been vilified and bullied within a social media group for doctors whenever I call out anti-Semitic comments. Activists targeted my business and encouraged people I work with not to do business with me. My boss from my part-time job asked me, what did the Jews do to make people want to do October the 7th? At work, my manager made fun of the rapes of Jewish women. Many staff, including senior people, referred to Jews as baby killers and blamed them for a genocide.
Well, that response that you just read out about making fun of the rapes of Jewish women, you touched on that point a little earlier in your evidence. Can you describe why it is that that particular comment has been experienced as damaging or confronting for the National Council's constituents?
I think it goes to our identity as a women's organisation and our identity as being based on human rights, including women's rights. And we see intersection here between anti-Semitism and misogyny. So we see misogyny in the denial of the very well proven sexual assaults that happened on the 7th of October and beyond, when Israeli women were held as hostage in Gaza. Jewish women have reported to us that they find this particularly harmful because a lot of the denial that they have seen has actually come from the women's sector. So so-called feminists in Australia who have sought not only to keep silent about the sexual assault of Israeli women, but have sought to deny it and even to mock it. And this has been of great harm to Jewish women who have seen that their solidarity with Israeli women is absolutely being trashed by the women's movement.
Can I take you back to the report on page 16 and invite you to comment on what respondents communicated about anti-Semitism that they had experienced in social settings?
Many women report being excluded from circles in which they used to belong, in circles which they used to experience as inclusive. So one respondent tells us, "I no longer participate in a lot of the communities and events I used to, particularly in the human rights and progressive spaces." Another one, "Since October the 7th, we've not been invited to a Christmas Eve party that my husband and I were previously invited to for many years." Another one, "Being a member of both the queer and arts community has meant I've lost most of my friends and feel wary and unwelcome in both of these spaces."
Can I also ask you about two topics that appear adjacent to one another in the report on page 17? One is experiences of anti-Semitism in a home setting, and perhaps related to that, the way in which women have made behavioural or lifestyle changes.
Yes. Perhaps the home setting. Many women report that they have retreated into the home, that because they don't feel welcome in general public space. Some women report choosing to work at home. Some have decided to homeschool their children. And what's particularly poignant to us is, if we consider that home is a haven, it is great harm seems to have come to women who have experienced these kinds of attacks in their own home. So that has meant that Jewish people, Jewish women have, for example, taken their small Jewish prayer boxes off their front doors. A mezuzah is a small Jewish prayer box which is often placed outside the home on the front door, indicating that the home is a Jewish one. Another respondent has reported having Airbnb in her home and having encountered guests who accuse her of being a baby killer and therefore leaving her home. And another one feeling unsafe in her home and having her groceries delivered away from her front door for fear that the delivery people would identify that she is Jewish.
And then at page 20 of the report, there's a heading that says, "Erosion of sense of belonging to Australia." What did women report in that regard?
It has been extremely painful for those women, both who have been here for many generations, as well as those whose families migrated more recently, to feel now unsafe in Australia. The feeling that Australia is no longer home has been particularly distressing. There are many women who report making plans about leaving the country, and others who seem to insist that they will stay because Australia is their home, despite the challenges.
Can I ask you to close the report and take you back to your witness statement? At item 5, or perhaps I'll take you back to item 4, which is from paragraph 81. You've responded to a notice that was issued in that part of your statement, asking for an overview of the themes that emerged for the National Council from the survey work that was conducted. What are the key points amongst all of the topics we've just been exploring that emerged for you personally?
Well, I think the numbers are very clear, that 81% of women have experienced anti-Semitism, and that 1/5 of them have experienced that as a physical assault or a verbal abuse. We also see that, as I alluded to, that there are specific gendered aspects to the anti-Semitism, both in the way that the attacks take place, the nature of the attacks, the way the hostility towards Jews is expressed. And there is also a gendered aspect to the way in which the attacks are experienced. Can I describe those to you? So I've already said to you that the denial of the 7th of October sexual assault of Jewish women cut very deep for Jewish women, and particularly because of its denial and ridicule by so-called feminists, and so-called feminists in so-called progressive spaces. And if it's okay with you, I've taken the liberty of just writing down one of those statements that was made against the conflict-related sexual violence. Am I able to do that?
And is this sourced from the survey responses?
No.
This is from one of the so-called progressive
Yes.
women that you've just been describing. Yes.
Okay.
Without, if I can ask you, mentioning who the author is.
So this is referring to conflict-related sexual violence against Israeli women is, and I quote, used by white power to discredit, demonize, diabolize, and destroy black and brown men, to deflect sympathy from those resisting oppression to the actual oppressors.
And what maybe I'll ask from you personally, but really as representative of the National Council for Jewish Women in Australia, how does a comment like that impact the listener of it within your constituents of Jewish women?
It kind of takes me back to a statement that Ms. Ben-Menashe made when she gave evidence here. There is this extraordinary dissonance between what we are accused of and the way we see ourselves. So I can tell you that there is no Jewish woman who sees herself as someone seeking to demonize, destroy, discredit anybody else. The dissonance between the attacks on us and the dignified women that we know is extraordinary.
You've said at the outset that the key reason for the survey was to inform the work of the National Council. How do you hope that the survey outcomes and data collection exercise that you've taken us through might do that going forward?
We will continue to represent the women who have shared their lived experiences with us and to amplify their voices in the hope that someone will listen. We do see a need for cessation of government funding to individuals, organisations, purveyors of hate. And we see, particularly in the women's space, we are interested in increasing protections for women, for example, via the offices of the E-Safety Commissioner, but also the Women's Safety Commissioners in all states. I have to say that we are exhausted. We are exhausted by the attacks, and we are exhausted by the hypervigilance that is required for us to make our way through our daily lives. We also know that our detractors are actually counting on that exhaustion and are hoping that we will kind of pack up our bags and leave the field. But this is existential for us. This is about our ability to live our lives openly as Jewish women in Australia with the same rights as all other women. And so we will continue.
With your diverse range of members of your organisation, would I be right in thinking one thing that links them, apart from their Judaism, is an emotional attachment to Israel?
Yes. We are underpinned by our Zionist identity.
And is it, I don't know whether you're able to speak to this or not, but from your dealings with the women who are members of your organisation, do some of them feel it difficult that they are being shunned because they may not wish to express a view that is in any way critical of Israel to people whom they perceive to be actuated by trenchant criticism of Israel?
Yes. Look, there are a diversity of views in the sense that the women that we represent are not in any way a political monolith. But to be a part of the National Council of Jewish Women of Australia means to affirm Zionism, which for us is the right of Israel to exist, and the connection of us Jewish women in the diaspora with Israel, be it in ancestral terms, historical terms, spiritual terms, and many of the women who are part of the National Council also have family ties in Israel. So Israel is central to Jewish identity. And you can see from some of the verbatim that the way in which anti-Zionism has been expressed to these women has been, I think one of them said, Zionism is an evil cult. That is the way that anti-Zionism has been expressed to the women who we engage with.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I have no further questions from Ms. Leader.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness and the last witness for today is Michele Goldman. She's present in the hearing room.
An affirmation, thank you.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Can you please state your name?
Michele Goldman, CEO of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies.
You've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 11th of May 2026, is that right?
I have.
The contents of that statement, true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.899.0058.0002_R.
Yes, the statement will be Exhibit 1.126.
And I'll also read onto the transcript the doc IDs of the 3 annexures exhibited to Ms Goldman's statement that seek to tender JBD.0001.0002.008, JBD.0001.0002.004, and stat.899.0058.0001_R.
In the order in which the document identification numbers were called out, those will become Exhibits 1.127 to 1.129.
Thank you. The New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies is the elected representative roof body of the New South Wales Jewish community, is that correct?
That's correct.
It has communal organisations as its constituents, is that right?
We have 55 communal organisations as our constituents, and they vary from Jewish schools, synagogues, cultural organisations, welfare organisations, and other Jewish institutions.
And can I ask a little about your own background as a Jewish Australian? Growing up, you saw your Jewish identity as something to be proud of and not something to keep hidden, is that right?
Absolutely. I immigrated to this country when I was 10 years old, and I loved it from the first moment. I laid my eyes on it. I loved the landscapes, the people, the freedom, and I was able to attend a Jewish school. At that time, we didn't have guards and gates. I was able to belong to a Zionist youth movement, and I was able to express my identity in all settings.
And Zionist youth movements, for those who might not know what that involves, sometimes they will hold camps that are maybe not dissimilar to Brownies or Scouts camps. Is that right?
That's right. So a range of different Zionist youth movements, all with different ideologies and motivations, but essentially to foster opportunities for Jewish people to come together, to socialise, to learn about Israel, to learn about Judaism, to foster our collective cultural traditions.
And can I ask about your professional background? That's included various corporate roles over the years, is that right?
That's right.
And also leadership and management roles within not-for-profit organisations?
That's right. I started in the corporate sector, but after my first decade of working, sought to move into the not-for-profit sector as a way to use my background and training to work in a space that I could influence social outcomes.
And immediately before beginning your current role at the Jewish Board of Deputies, you had a leadership position in a health-based not-for-profit organisation, is that right?
That's correct. I was the CEO of Asthma Australia, which is a national health promotion charity.
You've referred in your statement to the impact on you and your family of the events of the 7th of October 2023. Can you tell me about the experience that you had perhaps in your local area in the weeks that followed, and how that impacted on your own family life?
Yeah, sure. The events of October 7 were a huge shock to, I think, the Jewish community across the whole world. It's not something that we ever thought would happen. But to see how things unravelled here in Sydney and in our own neighbourhoods was particularly shocking. I know other witnesses have spoken about what happened on the 8th of October in other suburbs in Sydney with people joyously celebrating, as well as on the 9th of December on the steps of the Opera House, where we saw people making ugly chants, threatening chants, burning flags. And in my own neighbourhood, we saw convoys of motorcycles which made their way to Bondi and to Coogee and to Dover Heights, all areas with a high concentration of Jewish residents, to intimidate, to instill fear. And my own daughter, one of my children, who was 18 at the time, was very intimidated by it. And I understand the audience knows what a mezuzah is, but she said to me, "Mum, can we take the mezuzah off our door? I'm really scared they're going to drive down our street, they're going to identify us as a Jewish household and then target us."
And these, sorry to interrupt, but these people who were on motorbikes and who you saw as intimidating, was there something about the motorbikes that made you feel they might be hostile to Jewish people?
Yes, that's an important detail. They had Palestinian flags. Yes. And they were shouting chants as well.
And you'd accept that there might be circumstances or contexts in which displaying a Palestinian flag is not intimidation or aggression, but that the experience that you had with the convoys was something quite different. Is that right?
Absolutely. There have been protests across our streets over the last 2 years, and in some cases they've been peaceful protests about Palestinian people protesting against something overseas, and to express their wish for self-determination. I have no issue with that. The situation I described was one which was accompanied by chants, and it was intimidating in its nature. There was nothing peaceful about it.
You've used the phrase in your witness statement that in the aftermath of October the 7th, you felt that the ground had suddenly given way beneath you. Can you describe the experience that you had in that regard?
It was something that was worse than any nightmares we could have previously conceived. It felt like the ground was shifting beneath us, because Australia had always been such a tolerant, inclusive space for Jewish people to live our lives in. Indeed, we've got the highest concentration per capita of Holocaust survivors outside of Israel. So it was a huge dissonance to have had for many decades this welcoming, inclusive country to be a proud member of Australian society, and then all of a sudden to be the brunt of hate and vitriol to such an extent that people were fearful for, we were fearful for our own safety.
And is it the case that your own response to this sense and that impact was to do what you could to commit yourself to the Jewish community?
Yeah, I think it was quite paralysing. It was all-consuming and overwhelming. It was difficult to think about anything else. We went to bed thinking about what was happening, both in Sydney and in Israel. We woke up wondering what incidents we were going to wake up to, and during the day, everyone was hyper-vigilant, worried about what attacks they might be the brunt of. So it was all-consuming, it was surreal, and I thought I wanted to do something other than be an observer on the sidelines. And so when an opportunity came up to join the Jewish Board of Deputies, I'd attended the vigil after the 7th of October, and seeing the incredible work of the organisation in bringing the community together, in being a conduit between the community and multicultural and interfaith leaders and our political leaders. And so I put my hat in the ring.
And you assumed your current position as Chief Executive Officer of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies in June of 2024,
That's
is that
correct.
right?
That's correct.
You've described in your witness statement that your role in that capacity has involved dealing with incidents that Jewish Australians living in New South Wales encounter in their everyday lives. Now, part of that role involved engaging with community members in the course of what some witnesses have described as the Summer of Terror. Is that right?
That's right. You know, since October 7 or since June 2024, when I took on this role, it really provided a front row seat to what was unfolding across the community and the wide range and depth of incidents that were occurring. Sorry, I forgot.
What did the engagement between community members, Jewish community members and the Jewish Board of Deputies look like in the course of that summer that perhaps we saw the Adas Israel fire in Melbourne, followed by a series of fire bombings of cars and graffiti attacks on synagogues in Sydney. How did your organisation respond and engage with community members in the wake of those incidents?
So even before the Summer of Terror, over the space of 2024, we had been contacted by members across the community in relation to incidents that were happening in schools, on university campuses, in workplaces, reports about what was happening online. And so we saw the intensity of anti-Semitism growing in all spaces. The Summer of Terror took it to another level. We saw then where, you know, hateful speech and graffiti and symbols was now being elevated to acts of violence. And we were there to support the community in whatever ways or forms they needed us to be there. We were engaging with the media. We were engaging with political leaders. We were supporting community members and institutions that had been attacked. So a number of our constituents, synagogues and Mount Sinai School, were subjected to vandalism and attempted fire bombs. And so we were there to try and support and hold the community through this difficult time, as well as working with political leaders to see how we could address this landscape, and law enforcement and police to ensure that security was ramped up because people were feeling very unsafe. There was no discerning pattern to the events playing out, so we didn't know where the next attack would come from, and we worked with police to ensure that there was an increased presence to protect the community during this time.
Can I ask you to have a look at paragraph 36 of your witness statement? You say there that the JBD's work is now overwhelmingly reactive. Can I ask you to expand on what you mean by reactive and how that might bear some difference to work prior to a particular period in time that you might be distinguishing with there?
Well, I know that the former CEO of the Jewish Board of Deputies has given testimony, Vic Aladef, and he spoke about lots of the work and focus of the organisation in terms of promoting social cohesion, building partnerships with intercultural and interfaith leaders. He talked about the Keep New South Wales campaign, which was a coalition of communities working towards social cohesion. We ran a program called We Are All Sydney between 2019 and 2023, which brought different leaders together, learning about each other's culture, fostering understanding. So much of the work that we were focused on was proactive in nature and positively working towards building a more inclusive and cohesive New South Wales. That all shifted after October 7 and increasingly over the space of the year as anti-Semitic incidents intensified and became more severe. And reactive because I was no longer in charge of what my day was going to look like. You woke up and you were responding to whatever the urgent needs of the community were at the time. So whether it was responding to incidents, whether it was handling media inquiries, whether it was dealing with police and political leaders, we just needed to respond to that. And since Bondi, we've now had to ramp up again to deal with the widespread trauma that the community is facing.
You've included in your witness statement some examples which you've described as being drawn from hundreds of New South Wales incidents reported to the Jewish Board of Deputies over the past 2.5 years, which you've noted illustrate both the prevalence of anti-Semitism and the wide range of sectors and institutions in which it has occurred. I might take you to paragraph 40 of your witness statement, where you describe one of these examples that took place in the context of a regional public high school. Can you describe what that incident involved and also how you, through your role with the Jewish Board of Deputies, had some engagement with that incident?
So this was an incident in relation to a 13-year-old boy who was attending a local public high school. There were no alternate public schools in the area, so it was a one option available. And he experienced a sustained and escalating anti-Semitic bullying from fellow students. They used the phrase Heil Hitler, they performed Nazi salutes, and there were other forms of bullying he experienced as well. And he felt incredibly unsafe, and his parents pulled him out of the school, and that is when they contacted us. The mother was very distraught, and I can empathise with a mother not wanting to put her 13-year-old son into an environment where he's being subjected to terrible forms of bullying. The response of the school was inadequate. We reached out to the principal to try and engage. I've reached out to many principals over the last couple of years, and there is a great degree of variability in terms of the response you get. Sometimes it's necessary then when there's no appropriate action taken to escalate the matter to the Department of Education, which I did in this instance. And ultimately, the boy was homeschooled while the parents worked out whether to do that on an ongoing basis or whether to actually move so that they would have the option to send their son to a different public school.
And you've described a different public school example, this time based in Sydney, in example 2 in your witness statement at paragraph 41. Can you describe what happened in that incident and perhaps any differences between the nature of the Board of Deputies' engagement with the school in that example?
And I think the other distinguishing feature here is that this was at a primary school. So important to note that these kind of behaviours and ideas are happening in very young children. This was a Year 5 student, a 10-year-old, who was subjected to very severe anti-Semitic bullying. He was physically pinned to the ground and punched numerous times. He was shown a photograph of Adolf Hitler and was told that he's my idol, watch your back if you snitch. And he was told that this other boy's greatest regret was that World War II had ended.
And do you understand that this other boy was another primary school child, either Year 5 or 6 or thereabouts?
That's correct. It was another 10-year-old boy in his year. This school only had a primary school, so the oldest children in the school would have been in Year 6. So there were explicit references to Nazism. There was physical violence and threats involved. And again, the school failed to respond in a swift and effective way. But at the time that the incident was brought to our attention, the boy was being held at home, and then school holidays commenced. I sought to engage with the school because the approach I take is firstly to ensure the school is aware of the incident and managing it appropriately, that there are, of course, consequences and appropriate disciplinary procedures, but also importantly using it as an opportunity for learning. As I say, it's action learning. What better way to talk about what is acceptable and not, and to reinforce standards and principles than in the moment when you've got live examples that the children can relate to. But it took many months to actually get a meeting with the school. When we finally did, we met with the principal and the anti-racism contact officers, designated positions in all public schools to deal with racism. And the outcome was a commitment to implementing teacher training, to taking the students on an excursion to the Sydney Jewish Museum, and to utilise resources that we offered to make available that could be incorporated in education. Unfortunately, the student returned to school at the beginning of semester 3, and the same bullying behaviours were repeated. So after a few days, the mother pulled him out of school, homeschooled him for a semester, whilst she then worked out another school that he could attend. So I think this example shows that when things aren't addressed swiftly and effectively, these problems continue to perpetuate, and nothing is done to change the conditions, whether it be naivety, ignorance, or malicious intention, to actually address the situation. And I think the other point I would make here is, whilst there are many examples like this, and they all differ in some way, shape or form, the Jewish Board of Deputies is not resourced to be able to address this across every school in which anti-Semitic incidents are occurring. And while we are there to support, provide emotional support to the parents and to endeavour to connect principals to education, a more systemic solution is needed.
And you've made the note in your statement that even where there might be positive outcomes, they shouldn't require for that to occur the Jewish Board of Deputies to have to intervene. Does that remain your view?
Absolutely. I think it's a failure on our society if these kind of things can happen in schools, and they're only going to be disrupted when they're identified and when an institution like the Jewish Board of Deputies is brought into the equation. And there aren't always going to be Jewish students or Jewish teachers present to be the marker of where anti-Semitism is occurring. There's many schools that would have no Jewish students. So we need a systemic, broad solution that will ensure schools are addressing anti-Semitism at the early stages and preventing it from occurring in the future.
Can I ask you next about the GP incident, general practitioner, that you have referred to from paragraph 43 of your statement, and the role that the Jewish Board of Deputies had in relation to that incident?
So we were contacted by a woman who had 2 young daughters in early 2025. She was an Australian citizen, but her husband was an Israeli national, and they had just recently returned from a visit to Israel. And during the consultation, the GP, it was for requested seeing the children's vaccination records, and the most recent vaccination had just taken place in Israel. So the GP then began to make unsolicited comments about the conflict in Gaza, characterising the situation there as awful, which it is, and the patient responded that the situation is terrible for all children. And the consultation just escalated, and the GP allegedly told the patient that you, your family and your Prime Minister are terrorists, and to accuse her of being personally responsible for the deaths of others. So the fact that this occurred in a health setting, which made the woman especially vulnerable because the GP had access to personal sensitive information, including her address where she lived, she left feeling very fearful and very vulnerable.
And what steps, when notified about this incident, did the Jewish Board of Deputies take?
So I contacted the Royal Australian College of GPs, which is the peak body for general practitioners, as well as the corporate operator of that practice, and sought formal meetings with each of them. And in those meetings, discussed what was happening, discussed and shared what the experiences of the Jewish community were, as well as putting forward a range of different educational and cultural initiatives that they could engage to ensure that all their GPs across all their practices and any other employees are more culturally aware and can engage with patients in a way that leaves patients feeling safe in accessing healthcare in this country.
And did you get a sense from the patient who brought this to your attention that they didn't know who else they could contact about the incident apart from the Jewish Board of Deputies, or had they gone elsewhere before coming to your organisation?
No, the Jewish Board of Deputies was the first point of call, and I think people feel extremely fearful. They don't know where to reach out and to turn to, because there's growing distrust in a whole range of institutions that should be there to protect our standards and our civil liberties, but which have failed people, and so trust has diminished.
And I should note, but I won't ask you to expand on them, that you've included some other examples about the JBD's engagement with an incident at a vocational education provider in New South Wales in relation to the activities of a local council, and also in relation to an experience by a university student in New South Wales. I just want to pick up at paragraph 46 of your statement, and you've made this observation there. These examples not only show the prevalence of incidents occurring across New South Wales, but they also show that there are many incidents that may go without consequence or repercussions, both at an individual and institutional level. And you go on to remark, in my view, a definition of anti-Semitism is one element that would support institutions in assessing and ultimately addressing complaints. Can I invite you to comment on why you express that view about the potential utility of a definition in the settings that you have given examples of?
Yeah, there's clearly a lack of understanding in many sectors and by many people as to what anti-Semitism actually is. So having a definition and making it clear, it's not enough to just have the definition on paper that's adopted by the organisation, but socialising it with key stakeholders and employees enables anti-Semitism to then be identified, and it can only be appropriately addressed once that has happened. It's also really critical as it's a fundamental part of an effective complaints process to be able to define what is and what is not anti-Semitism, and then to have the appropriate policies. But I would make the point that a definition can only be one part of a more holistic solution. You would then need to have the appropriate set of policies, so once it is identified, it's clear what the consequences and actions are, and also education and training, because what I've learned through the very many examples that where I've had interactions is that sometimes it's employed inadvertently, and that's where a definition can also help as well.
So it's employed inadvertently. Anti-Semitic statements or conduct might be inadvertent.
Yeah, people may not appreciate, especially children in a school setting, may not appreciate. They're just trying to curry favour with their friends or making a joke, and they don't appreciate the level of severity of what their words or their actions or the impacts that it can have on others. So that's where I see education and training being a critical part of a holistic solution.
I want to move to a different topic, which is anti-Semitism that you have personally experienced as a result of the work that you've personally been doing with the Jewish Board of Deputies. And you've said in your statement that since October 2023, the Jewish Board of Deputies leadership and staff have experienced heightened threats and security concerns consistent with the broader escalation in anti-Semitism affecting Jewish communal institutions across Australia. Has that been your experience personally since commencing in your current role in June of 2024?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think especially with the Summer of Terror, it really raised the level of fear amongst the community. So I certainly employed additional security precautions in my own home, and I was shaken that amongst the incidents was an attempted attack on the home of on the former home of one of our communal leaders. And having to do so much more media myself during this time, I worried about becoming a known entity. For our organisation as well, we've had to significantly increase our security protocols. Threat assessments become part of anything we're planning, even just intra-community events. We have to have restricted access. We can only identify the venue of where we're holding events in the day prior to the event actually occurring as a security measure. So I think it's become a huge part of our procedures, and it's placed a significant emotional and psychological burden on our staff.
In 2025, you gave evidence in your capacity as CEO of the Board of Deputies before a New South Wales parliamentary inquiry into anti-Semitism, is that right?
That's right.
And you have provided to this Royal Commission, for the purposes of its work, a copy of the submission that was made to that New South Wales inquiry by the Jewish Board of Deputies, is that right?
That's right.
And you've also provided this commission for the purposes of its work with a copy of the transcript of the evidence that you gave before that New South Wales parliamentary inquiry. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you appeared before that inquiry to give evidence, I think it was on the 19th of May of 2025.
I don't recall the exact date, but I assume that's correct.
And you've referred in your statement to, in July 2025, receiving an alert from media monitoring concerning yourself. Can you tell me what that alert notified you of?
So someone had taken a video excerpt of my testimony at that hearing and had circulated it on Twitter with some very vile anti-Semitic comments. I was warned by my colleagues, and so I looked at a small amount of it. It was frightening and intimidating. I'd never personally been the brunt of an attack like that before. And to be targeted so viciously for speaking freely at a parliamentary inquiry, addressing matters of hate speech laws, and then to be the subject myself of what I perceived to be hate speech, it was surreal, and I was very concerned by it. I reflected that it gave me a small inkling of what the many Jewish people who had been doxed had felt like themselves. And it clearly was designed to intimidate, to instill fear, and to silence. But I was adamant that I wasn't going to let that happen. I do think it's also ironic that the very civil liberties that people are objecting to being taken away from them were being used to harass and intimidate.
Maybe we can take that step by step. If I can ask you to turn to Annexure MG3 to your statement, which has been marked as Exhibit 1-129, and I might ask the operator if the first page of that annexure can be displayed on the screen. It is stat.A999.0058.0001, and just zooming into the top image on that page. Thank you, operator. So do I understand that there's a still photograph in that image of yourself giving your evidence before the New South Wales parliamentary inquiry, is that right?
That's right.
And while we keep that up on the screen, I might ask you to turn back to the previous annexure to your witness statement, which is the transcript of the evidence that you gave, page 3 of that transcript. Now you can see on the image there's a play button in the middle, so do I understand that this is a still image from what, when one's operating a computer, is actually a video clip?
Correct.
And if you have a look above the image that we've got up on the screen, the lower text, it says, New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies CEO Michele Goldman says, "We welcome the hate speech laws that have been introduced, and it's something that we've been advocating for quite some time." Now, do you recognise that language in the transcript on page 3 from the parliamentary inquiry in New South Wales, about halfway down the page?
Yes, I do.
And was it what we see there on that page from the transcript where it says, "We welcome the hate speech laws that have been introduced. It's something we've been advocating for some time. It's the first step." Do you recognise that language to be what you were saying in the video clip that we've got still on the screen for here?
Possibly.
And then if we have a look above the image of you and that text, the first line says, "Our democracy has been debased by Chris Minns pandering to the Jewish lobby." Do you recognise any anti-Semitic tropes within that comment?
Yes, the Jewish lobby is a trope that is widely used to undermine the Jewish community.
And within this annexure to your statement, is it the case that you have gone on to screenshot subsequent alerts that you became aware of using your social media handle that you were alerted of in relation to this initial video clip? Is that right?
Yes, there were hundreds of them.
And the screenshots that you've included, I think just in terms of a period of time, they range from 5:47 p.m. on 4th of July 2025 up until about the 9th of July 2025. Is that right?
Those would be the ones that I included here, yes.
And the ones that you've included in your statement, they're just a sample of hundreds, you say, that you became aware of at that time?
That's right.
Operator, thank you. We can take that off the screen. I'm just going to read out some of the other comments that appear in the various screenshots that you have annexed to your statement of this particular video clip being circulated and commented on and recirculated. Another of the comments you've included says, in respect of the clip, "They wield power behind the scenes." Another says, "Everywhere you look, Jews are getting laws enacted to silence critique of them." Another says, "We know they control the media." And then another says, "It's a global agenda." Are you able to comment on how you perceive comments of that nature in relation to the video clip of yourself giving your evidence at the inquiry?
Yeah. So these comments all feature different tropes that are used in anti-Semitic vitriol against the Jewish community. Tropes of Jews controlling the world, for example, was one of the ones that you gave. So classic forms of anti-Semitism.
And I might read out another few comments and ask you to comment on them. On page 9 of the annexure, a comment appears, "Always the same parasites wanting to take freedoms away." Then on page 13, there's a comment that says, "You have to hate those who want to deny whites the right to freely express their disdain for these vermin and their ilk." Then on page 14 of the annexures is another screenshot with the comment, "What in the name of fuck is this fucking creature?" And then on page 18, there's a comment that says, "If they look like a demon, it's most likely they wear a tiny hat." Are you able to comment on the impact and the meaning that you attribute to comments of that nature?
This is another classic trope, associating Jewish people with vermin and rodents. It's a way to degrade Jewish people, to dehumanise them, and to desensitise the broader community then to hate.
And then if you turn to page 11, there is a screenshot with a comment, and it reads like this: FAR, F-A-R, cough, C-O-U-G-H, Jew, J-O-O, and then that same comment goes on to say, your Holocaust is a lie, your people are to blame for the millions of innocent Germans and European and Russian Christian. World War I and II was all on you. And then there's a further comment on page 15, circulating the post, and the comment that appears is, Herr Goebbels comes in a dress now. Do you recognise those comments to be an example of Holocaust inversion?
They are absolutely an example of Holocaust inversion, and this is where people blame the Jews for atrocities that have actually been perpetuated against Jewish people, inverting it and suggesting, as these examples have, that the Jews are to blame.
And Herr Goebbels, for those who aren't familiar with that name, who's that?
He was one of the most senior SS commanders.
In World War II?
In World War II, during the Holocaust.
I'm going to ask you about a few more comments. On page 2 of that annexure, there's one that says, hashtag deport Jews. And then on page 4, Jews will outlaw criticism against their atrocities toward you as they seek to destroy your nation. And then on page 10, they are responsible for our country's demise. And then another comment on page 12 of the annexure. These people are the terrorists that are threatening national sovereignty. Send them back to where they came from. What's the impact of those sorts of comments, and how do you receive them?
Once again, that's another form of classic anti-Semitism, to blame the Jews for different atrocities, or to scapegoat the Jews for whatever is going wrong, and to attribute all the blame to them. So this is assigning collective responsibility for things to the Jewish people, and it's degrading, dehumanising, exclusionary.
And there's one more I want to ask you about, and this is particularly in a context where the clip that's being commented on is a clip where you are expressing your views about the positive development in introducing hate speech laws. That's correct. This is a comment that appears on page 3. It says, say what you want about anyone else, but don't you dare say anything against the Jews. How do you understand that kind of comment in a context where there is a clip of you commenting on hate speech laws?
It's gaslighting, and it's undermining, it's trying to reduce the seriousness of what's being asked, and it's classic gaslighting.
And sort of learning from the alert mechanism that was set up, that, as you've said before, hundreds of these sorts of comments came at that point in July of 2025. How did that impact you personally and your ability to continue to do the work that you've been doing for the Board of Deputies?
Well, it was frightening, and it was intimidating, and it just really, there was a serious awareness just to how much is at stake at being a communal leader and doing this work on behalf of the community. It's a weighty responsibility as this commission has experienced yourselves in listening to the testimonies of so many people, to hear these stories day in and day out, it just takes it to another level when you have to worry about your personal safety as well.
And you've spoken in your statement about the idea of government agencies and authorities leading by example in connection with anti-Semitism. What do you mean by that?
I think it's incumbent on everybody in the country to tackle the scourge of anti-Semitism that we've seen unfolding. As you've seen from all the testimonies that have been delivered, it's pervasive, it's widespread, it's across all areas of society. And so government agencies play a fundamental role given their widespread reach and their ability through policies and implementing education and training programs to do something at a scale that is needed to arrest this growing anti-Semitism that we've experienced. So what I mean by that is similarly to the example we spoke about before. I think government agencies the government has already adopted the IRA definition, but having clear definitions, having policies, socialising those policies with their hundreds of thousands of employees, delivering education and training so their employees understand what anti-Semitism is, what to do about it when it occurs, I think will give us an opportunity to take a big step forward as part of the trajectory to address the intense anti-Semitism that now exists everywhere.
Thank you for coming to give your evidence today.
Ms. Goldman, you mentioned earlier that after you arrived in Australia, you attended a Jewish school. Was that Moriah College?
It was Moriah College.
And were you at Moriah College in the 1990s?
I left in 1990. That was my last year.
So you were there during the 1980s, leaving in 1990. And at that time, Moriah College didn't have a perimeter fence that was secure?
Not in the way, it was a different campus.
Yes.
So the year after I left, the college moved to its new campus. And I just remember being able to walk in and out of the school without going through the security apparatus that we have now.
And when you look back, you don't remember armed security guards?
There were no armed security guards.
Mm-hmm. And on a different subject, since October the 7th, 2023, in your experience, and I appreciate that you weren't at the Jewish Board at the time, so maybe I should make it from the time you have commenced at the Jewish Board of Deputies, would it be fair to say there's been some level of chill in relation to interfaith outreach between Jewish organisations and other faiths, particularly the Muslim faith?
So, partially. What I understand there were very strong relations with different members of the Muslim community. Certainly when we had our We Are All Sydney program, there were members from the Muslim community there. And I can say, because we were in the process of developing an alumni program, and we had reached out to around about 100 people who had participated in that program. And there were some people who were warm and embraced the opportunity to come together and really valued being part of a socially cohesive network. In fact, we were going to have the alumni event the very week after Bondi, but unfortunately it was cancelled. But there were other members who went silent and for which there was no response. And I understand from past employees that relationships that had existed for many, many years went cold.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes. That, I think, concludes the evidence for today.
It does, Commissioner.
And the Commission will not be sitting tomorrow, but I will adjourn until 7 a.m. on Thursday morning.